Botrix has successfully joined the channel.
Hi everyone, Gnev here. Welcome to my 3.3.5 DPS tier list. I went ahead and tried every DPS class and spec in the game and studied some old logs to make this list. The rankings on the list are based strictly on damage, not on how much they contribute to the raid, just pure DPS. So without further ado, let's begin. To start the list off, we have Beast Mastery Hunter. Is it fun running around with a big T-Rex? Yes. Is it fun doing shit damage on an almost best in slot hunter? Definitely not. This might be the best spec to play when you're 3k gear score, but it just doesn't scale well with gear. Every DPS spell you do have is just better on a marksmanship hunter. Non-viable. While getting clips for this video, I entered Halls of Reflection on my warrior as arms, and I was shocked at how much fun I had and how much damage it actually did. I almost didn't want to leave. However, the truth hit me that I would just do double the damage as Fury. It is unfortunate that you can't whirlwind on ghouls on an LOD fight, but A, truth hurts. C. Moonkin is one of my favorite classes to play in the game, and even if I sometimes finish first on an LOD fight, I have to be honest with you, its single target is just not the best. The only fights the Doomkin excels at are Lady Deathwhisper and the Lich King. Unfortunately, I have to give Doomkin an A. I never played Assassination before making this video, and I was really surprised at just how fun it is. Most rogues play combat, and I can't say that I've ever seen an Assassination rogue dominate the DPS charts, but logs say that they are one of the best DPS classes in the game. I guess I just haven't met any good ones. Essa gets an S. What can I say about Feral that I haven't already said in my top 5 most fun classes and specs to play video? Yeah, Feral is really hard to play, but it's incredibly satisfying and it hits really hard. If you can get a Hysteria from your blood DK while you're berserking, you won't want to stop playing the game ever. S. Blood might be the best spec to tank with if you also put points in your improved Icy Talons talent, but it's just shit to DPS with, and everybody who tells you otherwise is just delusional. The only fun thing about the spec is that you can throw Hysteria on yourself, but it's kind of a waste since you don't do any damage. C. I really don't like playing Marksmanship Hunter. Yeah, it can do damage. Yeah, you have a pet, but damn do you also have a lot of responsibilities. You have to misdirect, you have to dispel rage on shambling horrors. You have to throw traps on Valitria and Saurfang. You have to hit orbs on princes. You can never relax and enter DPS Nirvana. Even with me not liking it, MM just does tons of damage, so it gets an S. Now here's a spec where you don't have any responsibilities, other than throwing out a few sunders and cleaving away. Fury is an amazing spec, and it does incredible damage with Shadowmourne. It's one of the classes that stacks best with gear. If you play it decently on an LOD fight, you're automatically first on SCADA, and it also has the second best or best single target DPS in the game. Just an amazing spec. SS. I never played Survival before making this video, and again I was surprised at how fun it was to play. However, this list isn't about fun, and the fact is that it does shit DPS. A melee hunter just doesn't work, Blizzard. Non-viable. Frost was amazing when Wrath of the Lich King got released. It did really good damage, but just didn't scale that well with gear. It can still pull off some really nice numbers, mostly on single target. And it's a really fun spec to play, but it just gets outclassed by some of the other specs on this list. Frost DK gets a B. I haven't played combat that much, and I generally don't like rogues, but I can't talk shit about their damage. Even though they have one of the simplest rotations in the game, their single target and AoE DPS is amazing. If you have a really good rogue in your guild and if he gets Hysteria, you'll see what I'm talking about. SS. Now for the Frost Mage. It may look really fun to play, and it is in PvP, but unfortunately it just doesn't do any damage in PvE. You might think from the clip that I'm showing that it can do damage, but it falls off super hard when you don't have cooldowns. With a tear in my eye, I say Frost is non-viable. Unholy is one of those specs that shines on just a few fights. Their single target really isn't that good, but they are beasts at the Lich King fight. Now many Unholy DKs hoard their damage by renewing Pestilence before the Valkyries go up in the air, and by spreading their diseases on the Valkyries above the Lich King so their numbers will be a little bit higher than their useful damage. Unholy gets an A. My main spec. This is the class with which I started playing the game, and I couldn't have made a better choice. They have, together with Fury Warriors, the best single target damage in the game. With Fire Mage you excel at every fight in ICC, and you have no responsibilities outside of doing crazy DPS. Fire Mage is the best. SS. I spoke a bit about Affliction Warlock in my top 5 most fun specs to play in the game, and everything I said there still stands. They have a really high skill ceiling, meaning you can always improve on your play, and they do crazy DPS with that. The Kings of the Execution phase get an S. The Arcane Dream. Known for their crazy high burst damage, Arcane Mages were really good at the start of the expansion, but Fire just stacked better with gear. Yeah, you can pull off crazy numbers at the start of the fight, but Arcane Mages just can't hold their DPS in long fights. They also run out of mana quite easily and would be impossible to play efficiently on the Lich King fight, which lasts longer than 15 minutes. Demo Warlocks are usually brought to the raid for their spell power buff, so many people just don't try hard when playing them. That being said, Demonology can pump out some really serious damage. Their burst is insane with a demon form immolation aura, and their execution phase is really good as well. Unfortunately, Demo just can't compete with some of the other classes on the list. They get a B. Enha is one of the most fun and complex specs to play in the game. They are really hard to pull off, and everyone thinks I'm gonna be the one that's gonna do crazy damage with Enha, but no one ever does. It is unfortunate that it is so in regards to how much effort goes into playing them, but Enha gets a C. Shadow Priests are mostly overlooked in the raid. Yeah, they can pull off some really solid damage, and yes, they bring a lot of passive healing to the raid, but other classes just do more. They are usually the unspoken heroes of the raid, contributing more than people give them credit for. Shadow Priests get an A. Everybody wanted Destruction to be really strong. The animation for Chaos Bolt is hypnotic to look at, and it's a shame that they just don't do damage. They can be pretty strong in Arena, but unfortunately are really overlooked in PvE. Their older brothers, Demonology and Affliction, just do more. Destruction gets a D. If you decide to make a shaman and foolishly decide to play Ele or Enha, you'll be met with so much backlash that you'll either immediately re-roll to Restoration or just delete your shaman. Don't get me wrong, Ele looks really cool and are really fun to play, but they just don't do damage. Ele gets a C. Retribution Paladin. Why do kids always decide to play a red paladin? We might never know. Contrary to their reputation, there are some amazing Retribution Paladins out there that can dish out tons of damage. Paired with the support they provide to the raid, Retries aren't to be messed around with. S tier. Subtlety, similarly to a Frost Mage, is a strictly PvP spec. They are made to fuck with people with their crazy amounts of CC, but their DPS can really be worked on. Stick to Hellfire Peninsula. Non-viable. That's it for my list. Did you enjoy it? Consider subscribing if you enjoyed the video, and I'll see you in the next one.
What can you tell me about this? Webb will think and do a little research, pull back a bunch of sources directly from the transcripts, think some more, do some more research. So the victim representative, Erica Kirk's attorney, asked, hey, can we play that video? I want it to be played in open court. And the judge ruled, I will grant that request, and that will be played in open court, and we will watch the totality of, I believe it is State Exhibit 12.1, which is 8, give or take 2 minutes. And on the question of cameras, the defense then asked, Your Honor, and just to clarify, it will not be televised, correct? It's only for the people in the courtroom. Judge says that is correct because the request was made by the victim representative who is present in court. So earlier in the hearing on day 1, the prosecution had wanted to play this video montage of the shooter jumping on the roof, and it turns out that they had done some zoom ins and added some circling and sort of like edited a little bit. And the judge rejected this. He said, you can't play that. It's edited. That doesn't fly. You're going to have to go back overnight and make a version that's not edited, that doesn't have these zooms and stuff, and you can play that tomorrow. The original edited version was called Exhibit 12.1, and the unmarked, non-zoomed in version that they made overnight and then did present in court wound up being called Exhibit 12.4. And the cool thing about Webb is that all these answers come with citations, these little red numbers. And so any part of this that you want to double check for yourself, in this transcript, it is linked as an actual video link directly to that part of the transcript. If you're looking at the Epstein files, the link will be directly to the file. That's the key. You can't trust AI, even AIs that are very well tuned into the specific research or documents that you want to ask about. You still got to double check for yourself. So source citation is critical, and that's the whole point of Webb, is to not just go ask an AI chatbot what the answer is, but instead to use AI to sort through files, to sort through the truth here, get it out, and then actually go to the primary source and see it for yourself. In case you hadn't noticed, I don't do brands or sponsors or, shout at you about companies that you should work with or anything like that or buy from. So instead, I do ad reads for my own companies, my own stuff that I built for my own research, for you to do more of your research, to empower people to know more things. Get after it. And you'll support me, you'll support my team, and you'll support more people getting the freedom of information that lets us think critically for ourselves. So we're doing it $5 for your first month right now, so that if you want to try it out, you can try it out. If you just want to look at the Tyler Robinson trial, you can just look at the Tyler Robinson trial. And if you just want to come to the website and spin the lasso for fun, the lasso of truth, feel free to just hop in here and drop some pins and spin the lasso of truth. So that's our gift to you if you're into it. So it turns out that it's actually just the same video footage that we already got from the same surveillance cameras that we already saw, same resolution and everything. They just used a video editing program to zoom in on it. So I'll let you make up your mind as to whether you think that qualifies as 4K video that clearly shows the shot. Yeah, it's all very transparent at this point. We got the Erica Kirk lawyer, Teep USA lawyer, asked them to show this video off camera, on the last day when they packed the house with a whole bunch of TPUSA influencers. So then all those TPUSA influencers could just happen to come out after court on the last day of court and have this crazy story about this footage that you didn't see, but they did. Trust them. It was crazy. It sure showed what happened. Except the problem was that Brandy and Billy of Brandy and Billy Show, they were there. Some real journalists were there in the house. In fact, they literally slept on the concrete in order to get slots in line because there was only 14 of them. So they stayed overnight on the concrete so they could get in. And they saw the video and they immediately called bullshit. This is their court wristbands. Brandy posted saying, "I was in the courtroom today. There is no high quality zoomed in footage showing anyone taking a shot. The video shown is the same distance as the footage of Tyler jumping off the roof shown in this screenshot. Tyler. I have no idea why people are claiming otherwise. They know the video isn't going to be released publicly, so they're misrepresenting what was actually shown in court. Whoopsies." And that started a firestorm. They tried to discredit Brandy.
Robinson's face. It could be anyone. It literally could be anyone. It does not zoom in well enough at all for you to be able to tell who it is. You can see someone crouching down. You cannot see anyone pulling a trigger. There is no sound. People are saying oh, there was sound. You could hear the gunshot. That is an absolute lie. No sound at all.
Score one for real journalists. Shout out to Brandy. Shout out to Billy. Give them a follow if you don't already. Don't believe the psyops, folks. I'm also pretty sure that I forgot to mention a couple other things. I don't think we ever dug into the timeline, Baron Coleman's dissecting of the fact that he was probably already turned in to the police before the Discord messages were ever sent, and maybe even causing problems for other parts of the narrative too, but that's not going to fit in this video, honestly. So it's a good thing I forgot about it. We'll cover that more in the future, but realistically, you should just go to Baron and get it straight from the source, because he is killing it. Today's Sunday, as I'm recording this, Sunday morning. Candace comes back tomorrow. I think it's going to be a big episode. I think a lot of people are wondering what Candace has to say. So I'll be there with you, watching, and we'll see what happens next week. But now, back to the actual original video. So now, let's get back to the other bullet. The weird bullet. The extra bullet that was found on the scene that just got dropped into the testimony and forgotten about, because we all have questions. If you don't know, it came out in court across the first couple days that they found another live round, an unfired bullet on a different rooftop that no one ever thought to mention. Different caliber, different gun. A bullet that would go with an AR platform. A bullet that actually you might point out that Valhalla, Nate Valhalla VFT, he originally for the entire time has been saying that he thinks that's the caliber that might have been used if you see that wound. He thinks that .223 is a far more likely round to be shown. So the question is, where is this roof that it was found on, and does it have a line of sight? And I actually have drone footage from that roof specifically, because I droned that roof to look at that exact line of sight. I went and retrieved the footage from my SD card today to check it. I went and Terrell Farnsworthed it and pulled my SD cards out and snuck them out. And then I edited them. No, I'll show you in just a second. But first, here's Google Earth, just so we can kind of get our bearings on what we're talking about here. Charlie is in the center of the plaza, right? And this is the alleged sniper perch where Pixel Man walked up the stairs and came out here and allegedly took the shot. The other bullet, so Charlie, allegedly Tyler Robinson, and the other bullet was found on this roof right up here. Yeah, the building directly in line with the alleged shooting angle, just a little higher up and a little further back. That is an awfully convenient roof to find a fucking bullet on. Does that roof have a line of sight to Charlie Kirk? Because if it did, it would be pretty much the exact same angle as where allegedly Tyler Robinson was at. So I recorded this myself with my own drone. It's not some scientific experiment. It's just me flying a drone on the last 5 minutes of its battery right before it died. So let's scrub around. What I did is I came up over the roof and looked down at the roof, and then we kind of look out. I do a little flight around. I try not to crash while I get down real low and try to check this exact angle. So we don't know where on this roof the bullet was found. He's just found on this roof, and the guy said east side of the building, but his cardinal directions were all fucked up, so we don't trust him. We don't know where the bullet was found. Gary Melton, actually, Paramount Tactical, did a whole scan of the whole campus with a super expensive drone, and basically he himself demonstrated that there is a line of sight from these black curved roofs. there maybe you could finagle a way that there's like a line of sight from right out on the corner of the big black slopey roof thing. But out here on the flat roof, I don't know as that flies. I think you're too low over here. What there is, however, is a direct line of sight to where allegedly Tyler Robinson was. Great place for overwatch of the whole situation. In thinking about this roof, one of the things that I'm kind of wondering about with this testimony that they haven't answered, that hopefully they will during trial, is why the fuck is there even a bullet up here? Why is there a police officer with a loaded AR up on this roof? They'd already gotten someone in custody, George Zinn. They'd already cleared him, released him, detained at least one other person. Like, the campus was clear. The shooting was long over. This roof is like way outside of the scope. Like, no one was talking about this roof. And even if you are, it's just like, maybe they're all carrying their loaded ARs around. Like, to be fair, they're probably carrying loaded ARs. But like, Nate gave us a great perspective that no police officer is leaving their live ammo in the middle of a crime scene with their fingerprints on it. That's not happening. But this roof is a place where there's a lot of places where if you were to accidentally drop a bullet, you wouldn't be able to go retrieve it. Especially if you were doing something nefarious and you had to get the fuck out of it. So if you were doing something nefarious and you were up here on this upper level and you accidentally dropped a bullet and it rolled off down to here, for example, or even just rolled off down to here or something, well, then you can imagine why a bullet might get left there, even though that's super not good, not great. But that's all speculation. We don't know. We do not know. But I just wanted to give you a little update on what roof the bullet was on, because we did get testimony directly. So we got this testimony of exactly where the bullet was.
That a bullet was found on a roof. Do you remember that testimony?
I do.
Do you have knowledge about that bullet, what that is about?
Yes, I do.
What roof was that bullet found on?
I believe it was found on the computer science building, on the roof, on the far east side of the roof.
This is the computer science building. And technically, if I circle around to the north, east would be the right-hand side of it, back here. That being said, his cardinal directions were all fucked up, so we don't really trust his cardinal directions anyways, so who knows? It kind of could have been anywhere up there. We don't know. Oh, man. It's been a long week. It's been a lot of testimony. I just looked down at my notes to be like, all right, have we covered everything? And I noticed the part about Tyler Robinson allegedly meeting with TPUSA reps, and subsequently Blake Neff telling us that he knows who it was, but he's not going to tell us who it is. And it's because Blake Neff went onto Twitter Spaces and just ran his fucking mouth and incriminated himself a whole lot for no reason. And it's just like, oh man, do I even want to get into this? This is a mess. This is a huge mess. This was an extremely long Twitter Space. I think it was an hour or two. And Blake Neff said a lot of things. A lot of people have done good breakdowns of this. Barron did a good breakdown. Coach Cullen did a much more extensive breakdown, worth checking out. But let's just listen to this clip specifically.
This morning, the leading officer on the case, right, of the Utah SBI, right, he was giving the timeline of events. And during that timeline of events, the officer said, and this is his words, okay, met with TPUSA representatives. Do you know who they are? Tyler Robinson on September the 10th?
No, and even if I did, I wouldn't tell you because you guys would just harass that person. And
So first answer, no, I don't know who that is. And even if I did, I wouldn't tell you because you guys would just harass that person. But then he lets another little thing slip right afterwards in this second part of the answer. So listen carefully.
I know that person didn't do anything.
And I know that person didn't do anything. So you do know who it was if you know they didn't do anything, right? That's a little concerning. And some very funny theories have evolved now that have some funny memes. We learned the other day that Tyler Robinson's car was seen in the middle of the night, allegedly, being driven by a bald guy with 3 friends. And now we have memes of Blake Neff driving Tyler Robinson's car around in the middle of the night with his boys, trying to wrap up the crime of the century, and it's hilarious. To be clear, I'm not accusing Blake Neff of driving Tyler's car or having anything to do with it. I don't know. But he certainly should not have joined that Twitter space. He should shut his fucking mouth. Blake Neff is not helping his cause or TPUSA or Erica Kirk or anybody except for us. He's helping Baron. He's helping Candace. He's helping people like me that want answers. He's a little loose in the lips. Whoopsie daisies. So I think we're ready to wrap back around to the end of this thing and talk big picture. But to get there, we have to take one last journey down Ben Shapiro Lane. Ben Shapiro is going to get us back out of the mess to the big picture. And to get there, we're going to follow Ben Shapiro's mess that he started for himself.
I remember where I was when all this was happening. I was in Los Angeles. I had sort of a breakfast/lunch meeting with somebody, and I got the news that Charlie had been shot, and my security was on the phone with Charlie's security because nobody knew what the hell was going on. Well, Charlie was still in the back of the car, and we were sort of getting updates along the way. At 2:40 p.m.
Posted that of his own accord. Did not need to say that. Could have kept your mouth shut, Ben, because what Ben just said is that while Charlie Kirk was bleeding out in the car, they were speeding through the town on the way to the hospital. This is within like 7 minutes of Charlie getting shot, maybe 10 minutes. Apparently, Charlie Kirk's security team decided rather than packing the wound, rather than controlling the C-spine, rather than looking for any other injuries, rather than calling the hospital ahead of time to tell them that they were coming with a gunshot wound, rather than accepting the assistance of the actual paramedics that were on scene with trauma bags, rather than calling his next of kin, calling his family, calling TPUSA people, rather than calling any of those people or doing any of those things, they decided, let's call Ben Shapiro. Let's call Ben Shapiro's team. And that's super fucking weird, dude. That is super weird. There is no reason in the world to call Ben Shapiro's team at that moment. They're running with this spin that it's like, oh, well, because they weren't sure if other right-wing podcasters were in danger. They were afraid that Ben was in danger. I can't do that. What? So Charlie Kirk gets shot by a crazy tranny leftist, obviously. And their first thought is, oh my gosh, it must be a coordinated hit on all of the conservative podcasters in America. So we got to call all the conservative podcasters in America and warn them immediately before we even stabilize Charlie Kirk or get him to the hospital. Let's call Ben Shapiro. In fact, let's also call Tucker Carlson and Candace Owens and Megyn Kelly and Jack Posobiec and Benny Johnson. And wait a minute, they didn't call any of those people now, did they? They just called Ben Shapiro. Kind of weird. Not even Charlie's friend. Not the same company. Literally lives on the other side of the fucking country. He is, kind of, how do we say? He is pretty close with Israel and with Bibi, and, his whole security team is like, apparently ex-Israeli special forces and shit. But then don't worry, because Tim Pool rode in like a white knight to save the day, to tell the hard truths. Because Candace Owens was pointing out that this is not normal. This is not normal. What the fuck is this? And Tim Pool had some words for Candace. He put Candace in her place. Mine too, you witch. We were getting updates. I'm so tired of this. F all of you retarded psychos. So Tim jumped in and started claiming that he also got phone calls while Charlie was bleeding out in the car on the way to the hospital. We all did. It was not even weird. Right, Tim? You mean the sources that told you that Charlie was stable like an hour after he was dead? I received a call from a trustworthy source who told me this. I want to believe and I'm hoping. Just pray. I remember this time. I remember these tweets. I remember this was extremely fucking shocking. No, Tim, you were not getting updates. Clint Russell pressed him so much on this. Politics is fake and gay. My team was also getting updates. Notably, I tweeted that Charlie was reportedly stable. This is because we got updated while they were transporting him. You're all fake. No one was telling you he was stable while he was literally dead in the...
What? What? What are you yelling for, dude? Okay. I'll be there in 1 fucking second, dude.
bestpromotionabalo.com, test for free.
Lady. Oh. Huh? Oh, you stop. Oh, you stop. Fucking court muffin. Bullshit, bitch. I got murdered by a Silvermane stalker. Thanks. The fucking fruit basket. No, not cool.
The car, speeding to the hospital, hanging out the window. No one had packed the wound. No one had given CPR, or maybe they had. Stories differ. That's not stable. And there's no one that's ever going to call Tim Pool and say, we got him stabilized, bud, when you're literally in the car. That's, yeah, bad call, Tim. Don't post this. This was a dumb thing to post. And Clint rightly picked up on it. Charlie was at the hospital within 10 minutes of getting hit. I flat out don't believe you. You posted he had a pulse an hour later. So not while en route to the hospital. Not a chance. And since you're calling me fake, you can now prove me wrong. And then Tim tries to like move the goalposts and pretend it was like, oh, it was just this team talking to my team. You're pretending it's weird to make insinuations. Just fucking stop. No, bud. No one is getting called from inside the car, you fucking liar. This was because we got updated while they were transporting him.
And I got the news that Charlie had been shot, and my security was on the phone with Charlie's security because nobody knew what the hell was going on, while Charlie was still in the back of the car. And
all right, Tim, if you want to jump in there and die on defending that hill that doesn't make any sense, be our guest. But I will point out that there was, this news about how Tim Pool was trying to sell his company to the Daily Wire because he needed a payout or something. I don't know what's happening with that anymore. I just know what I knew, about a year ago. Yeah, it's awkward, Tim. That's pretty awkward. Not making a whole lot of sense. So we learned that Ben Shapiro is apparently got an inside line to what was going to happen to Charlie that day. And that's just a little uncomfortable. That's a little uncomfortable because Ben, let's just say that a lot of people have theories about Ben's allegiances to this country and his potential involvement with another one. There's photos of Ben shaking hands
going
with
around
Benjamin
literally
Netanyahu,
griefing.
and I think we all know where Ben's true loyalties lie. And it kind of makes you wonder, did Ben have a vested interest in what happened that day? Kind of makes you think back to the podcast that Charlie did with Ben just the day before. Kind of makes you think about Ben then becoming the headliner at TPUSA 2 years in a row by buying the spots. So let's talk about this Israel thing. Because ultimately, you can feel however you want to feel about the evidence in the trial. I'm not, I don't care. I'm not emotional about it. I'm not offended if you think that Tyler Robinson did it. That's totally fine. It's weird how the other side, as in the side that says Tyler definitely did it, it's all just insults and rage and you're evil and you're a demon for even thinking anything. Don't think. And people like Barron or Candace or myself is like, we're literally just here being like, well, it's like, think whatever you want. This is the evidence and this is what I think of it. And you can look at it for yourself and come to your own conclusions and ask questions and do whatever you want. It's fine. You're going to be fine.
Not a fucking
Okay.
faggot.
No one's going to die. It's kind of a, poor choice of words. It's not an issue. It's, make up your own mind. And personally, when I look at the evidence, when I read books like this one, which is an Israeli written history of the history of Mossad and their targeted killing programs. It's an extremely extensive volume because there's a lot of history of Mossad's targeted killings. Let's just say that. When you actually learn your history about the world's foremost assassination nation, the country that assassinates more people than all other countries combined, literally, the country that has built its entire military sort of power projection on assassination specifically, built their entire intelligence apparatus on targeted killings specifically. Well, once you actually know your history about all that, you actually know where the leadership in Israel came from and the things that they've done to gain power and the things that they are willing to do to keep it. It does remind you of this text message chain that was a hoax until Candace published it, I'll remind you. Sort of like the dogs not finding the gun was a hoax until Candace published it. I forgot to even go over that today because there's so much stuff to go over. Jewish donors play into all the stereotypes. I cannot and will not be bullied like this, leaving me no choice but to leave the pro-Israel cause. This was sent to Jewish donors. This was sent to the big dogs. This was not some idle conversation with his friend. This was sent directly to the one people that would be offended by it. This was him playing ball. This is a very real message. And by the way, in it, he says, we won't cancel Tucker. I'm thinking of inviting Candace. And he's losing millions of dollars over that decision. And he's pissed. But then it makes you think about messages like this. April 3rd, 2023. It's going unnoticed because so much other news is happening, but the war drums are beating again in D.C. The warmongers worry this is their last chance to get the white whale they've been chasing for 30 years. An all-out regime change war against Iran. A new Middle East war would be a catastrophic mistake. Our military stockpiles are depleted from 3 years of backing Ukraine. Our effort to reshore manufacturing has only just begun and will take years to bear fruit. War would worsen our already immense deficit in national debt. Iran is larger than Iraq, Syria, and Afghanistan combined. A war would not be easy and could easily become a calamity. Thanks to President Trump's restraint during his first term, America has a golden opportunity to pull away from Middle East quagmires for good. We shouldn't throw that opportunity away so that some DC has-beens can feel tough by sending young Americans to die yet again. Now we're in the middle of dragging that war out into more and more billions and billions and billions of dollars. You can believe the different sides of the coverage you want to believe, but no matter which side you read, it's pretty obvious that the Israeli side is the side that wanted it. The Israeli side is the side that pushed it. The Israeli side is the warmongers that have been trying to chase that white whale for 30 years. That's Benjamin Netanyahu. That's who that is. And this is an existential level decision for Israel. This is their end game. They need to take down Iran. And they need to do it now. And you're telling me that they were just going to let Charlie Kirk say things like this. They were then just going to sit back and watch as Charlie Kirk said things like this. Openly said that October 7th was a false flag. Charlie openly said that he had serious questions about stand-down orders on October 7th. Charlie openly was starting to say things about what was happening in Gaza, about war crimes. And a lot of people will push back and say Charlie was a Zionist through and through. He was never going to turn on Israel. That's a fair take. I think I agree. I certainly agree. Isn't that how you would describe Megyn Kelly? For a long time, that's how you would have actually described Candace Owens and Tucker Carlson even back in the day. But let's look at Megyn Kelly, shall we? Remember Megyn Kelly? Just classic, simple, Zionist, basic conservative gal. Great reporting, but just mainstream conservative world. Always there with Israel. Always a Zionist. Held on. And did a lot of podcasts with Charlie, loving on Israel, even as the rest of the conservative world was peeling off and talking about Epstein, and peeling off and talking about Gaza, and peeling off and doing the research and realizing that we're like, what the fuck is going on in here? But Megyn Kelly stood strong through it all. And she didn't change her stance. She stayed Zionist. And then the Zionists demanded that she condemn Candace Owens or Tucker Carlson or whoever it was first. And she didn't really want to. She didn't really want to get in the mud. And because she didn't want to get in the mud, then Zionists started to call her an evil piece of shit. They started to call her an anti-Semite. They started to threaten her. And then it just started to snowball, because that's what happens when you show even the slightest bit of hesitancy. When you even begin to imagine not kissing the boot, not slurping the slop, not humping the wall. If you even show one baby step backwards, the Israeli lobby, the Zionists, the Jews, all of them, the whole faction descends like vultures and attacks and forces absolute 100% loyalty or else. And we've gotten to watch that happen to Megyn Kelly over the last 6-8 months, who was ostensibly, obviously, their friend. And now you can find all kinds of super hateful things posted by all kinds of Zionists. You can go back and watch Ben Shapiro try to manipulate her on stage and try to get her to conform to his things and say the words, say you disavow her. That's what Zionists do. And Charlie was starting to feel it too. And he was starting to express his frustration about it. That's what Zionists do when their friends start to ask questions, when their friends start to wonder, why are we fighting these wars? And sure, Charlie might have never turned on Israel. Probably wouldn't have. But do you really feel confident that Charlie would have backed the war in Iran and shut up about the Epstein files and just gone along with all of it, even as the propaganda mounted, even as they tried to merge the Israeli and American militaries and intelligence apparatuses? I personally do not think so. And there's a mountain of evidence around the complicated timeline of his shifting beliefs. And honestly, ultimately, the fact of the matter is that TPUSA was a Zionist asset. TPUSA is a Zionist asset. It was built by Jewish and Zionist donors, spending tens, hundreds of millions of dollars over the years to build up one of the most powerful political organizations in America. Probably the most powerful political organization in America, particularly because it targeted the youth. And they had it. And you think that the Zionists are going to let that just slip away from them? You think they're going to let Charlie Kirk ask a few too many fucking questions about that kind of situation and let that kind of an asset go? Yeah, I am not convinced. And that doesn't mean that Israel did it. It doesn't mean that I think I'm for sure 100% right about their involvement in some way. I don't know. All I know is that that's a perfectly reasonable question to ask. And I know that Joe Kent and the entire counterterrorism task force was shut down and told to go home. You're not allowed to investigate foreign leads, even though there are several. Plenty. Perhaps Ben Shapiro just gave us another one to look at. I guess ultimately, I wasn't born yesterday. I've been around. I've seen the Epstein files, seen the Epstein investigation, seen what Kash Patel did with all that, seen what the FBI did with all that, saw 9/11, still have all the same questions. Our government, they're not here to tell you the truth. They're not here for you. America is the largest empire the world has ever known, and it's got a parasite named Israel delved deep into its brain. Inextricable at this point. Basically running the entire administration. Whether because of blackmail or whatever's going on, we don't know. I don't know. I'm tired from this week. It's been a lot of reporting. It's been a lot of watching court proceeding. And ultimately, it's going to go to trial. The judge will hear final arguments on September 1st, and they will make a ruling about what to do about it. I'm sure it will go to trial. And at trial, we'll get all the actual evidence, we'll get all the actual arguments, and that'll be interesting. And we'll see what comes out on top. Hopefully, Tyler Robinson is still alive by then. You can make up your own mind. You can judge the evidence for yourself. You should judge the evidence for yourself. You shouldn't take my word for anything. You shouldn't adopt my opinions. I'm not the source of truth. I'm not even all that smart. I'm just doing my best to figure out what the hell's going on out here. And there's an awful lot of deception. There's an awful lot of smoke and mirrors and gaslighting and paid shillery on the internet. And so just be careful out there in the information space. Guard your mind. But I'm starving, and that's all I got for you right now. We'll keep covering it. We'll keep watching. We'll keep tabs on it. We'll check back on Ben Shapiro and see if he's crashed out again by next week. But for now, thanks for being here. Thanks for liking and subscribing and sharing and doing all that stuff. Don't forget to drink some water. I need to refill my glass. Tell someone you love them. Do something nice for someone. Get some good sleep. And I'll see you in the next one.
Conspiracy theories are answering. Information is the oxygen of democracy.
There's so much evidence out there that even if less than 1% is true, that would be enough to collapse the current paradigm and change the whole planet.
Hey guys, welcome to the ASL Wildcard Qualifier. I am Artosis, and I will be bringing you all the action here today. So basically, this is for Flash's spot, right? Flash got second place in last season. All the top 4 get seeds into the round of 16, but because Flash will not be participating due to his wrist and his arm, we have to figure out who that's going to be that's replacing him in the round of 16, which is huge because then you don't have to go through the qualifiers and you get to choose players for your group in the round of 16, skipping the best of 1 phase of the tournament. So this is absolutely huge. And, you know, this is going to be an amazing match here today. The players playing for it, of course, will be the round of 8 players. So no Terran players here today. As both of our Terran players that made round of 8 also made round of 4 in Light and Flash. But let's take a look at who we're going to have. So this was ASL Season 21's round of 8 bracket. So you can see these eliminated players. Hero, Tolbo, Jaedong, and Snow. They are going to be the players who are playing today for this next, this seed that Flash is giving up, basically. Big shoes to fill, but these are some very, very strong players. And I'm sure you guys must be very excited for ASL Season 22 to be starting up once again. And I gotta tell you, this is like such a good set of matches. Look at this. Snow versus Jaedong. Absolutely an insane match. Like, this is easily, well, obviously all these guys are in the round of 8, but this is easily like a round of 8, round of 4, possibly even finals level match. Jaedong and Snow, 2 of the very top players for their races. Cannot wait for that. But then we have a little bit of a mismatch, I think, over on the other side. Tolbo versus Hero. I think that is very, very Hero favored. We're going to see about that, if that is going to be the case. Like, Tolbo has been playing well. He definitely has, I would say, more blunders than any other very strong player, but we'll see how he plays here today. His Protoss vs. Zerg has been greatly improved. Now, taking a look at our players, we, of course, have Snow. Snow is probably the strongest player in the world that has not won ASL as of yet. I recently made a video about that on my Artosis TV YouTube channel. I suggest you go check that out. But, like, this guy is the ultimate gatekeeper to being a champion. He loses almost only to the player who's going to win the season. That's, like, the type of shape that he's been in for a very long time. And I think that he's... Is he the favorite for today? I actually don't think that he is. And this is part of the reason why. He's going up against Jaedong first. Jaedong is in unbelievable shape. Honestly, Jaedong could have potentially won last season. Now, hear me out. I know he got kind of wiped by Light, but I was talking about this last season before he played. Light is the worst matchup in the world for Jaedong. A worse matchup than Flash by miles. If you look back to previous seasons as well, I say this every season, like Light's specific style, the brick wall style that he plays with the very strong bio-esque timing attacks, are what kills Jaedong. So I think that was a terrible matchup for Jaedong. I think him against anyone else would have been a better, closer match. Like, Light is his kryptonite. But Light's not in this tournament right now. So we're going to go ahead and jump into the first map. We're not wasting any time here. It's going to be knockout for map number 1, Snow versus Jaedong. Oh my god, I'm getting wiggly. This is going to be fantastic. And here we go. All right, in the top left, our Protoss player, one of the best in the world. In my opinion, the second best player in the world. It's Snow. And in the bottom left, we have the greatest Zerg of all time. It is Jaedong. Woo. All right, you can see already a big crowd turning out for this very first day of ASL. Of course, it's not like exactly an ASL day. This is the ASL wildcard match. You know, this will determine who's taking over Flash's seed once again. But then we're going to have the ASL Opens as well as the ASL qualifiers. Okay, so that is a lot of content before we get to the proper ASL season. Of course, the proper ASL season, it'll be the same as last season, myself and Tasteless casting it. It'll be going up on our Soup channels immediately, and then it will be uploaded about a day later to the Soup esports channel on YouTube. the English one, of course. And forgive me if the sound is just slightly off. This is a new season, so I'm still dialing it in a little bit. But yeah, for the ASL wildcard match, for the ASL season opens, and for the ASL qualifiers, all of those will be aired on my Soup channel and going up on the Artosis Casts YouTube. So please do follow my Soup channel, and please do follow the Artosis Cast channel on YouTube. I put a lot of work into that, and I know a lot of you watch it already and enjoy it, and I hope that you do continue to do so. All right, so taking a look here, it looks like just a regular Forge Fast expansion going up for Snow. And he did send the double probe out. So, like, this is a situation where if Jaedong had gone hatchery first, Snow would have some real potential to do a cannon rush. By the way, I've mentioned this in the past, but I find it interesting. The best maps for cannon rushes are always space tile set. And I don't know exactly why that is. Is it because everything's squared off a little bit more? I honestly don't know. Does it just happen to be that way? Do the map makers stylistically like more clean edges on the space maps because they're like, you know, man-made? Maybe that's just a stylistic thing from the map makers. But like, for instance, you almost never see people try to do cannon rushes on like jungle maps or Badlands maps, which generally have more jagged edges everywhere. So I think it might just be a stylistic thing and not necessarily because of the tile set. Just more of like, that's how map makers make the maps. I don't know 100%, but that's just something to point out there. Either way, Jaedong has taken the hatchery down at 6 o'clock, you know, as his... We're going to turn that volume up quite a bit. As his first base, because the probe was here already. And yeah, it looks like we're going to have over on Snow's side, he's just expanding, of course, getting that defensive photon cannon. And I mean, pretty standard openers overall, right? Nothing too crazy, nothing out of the ordinary. And we got to wait a little bit to see how this will shape up. Just a quick layer there from Jaedong, not a big surprise. You know, Knockout has that little divot where it makes 3-hatch Hydralisk rushes a lot harder to pull off against Protoss. And in fact, you know, it also makes busting a Nexus first as Terran harder. It makes busting a fast bunker down there as Protoss harder. It doesn't really affect Protoss for Zerg. Honestly, I don't feel it. There's very fringe circumstances where it can affect Bio trying to break a Zerg sunken line, like if they're going crazy Zerg or something like that. It could affect that, but that's like a very rare outlier. But overall, it's kind of an interesting concept. We've seen it getting mixed into more maps, and we might see some more of these divot-looking maps in the upcoming seasons as well. I've seen some of those new maps. I did do a little review over on the Artosis TV YouTube channel of the upcoming ASL maps for Season 22, or at least what they're thinking about so far. Okay, so the probe finally gets caught there by Jaedong. It gets taken out. You know, you don't know for sure yet whether it's a 3-hatch Hydra. He never did get to go up and see Jaedong's lair morphing or anything like that. So that's going to be a little bit nervous for Snow, but I don't think he's too worried. It doesn't look like it's going to be anything like that. Snow adds the second gateway at the natural, which is very common. It's just like an anti-Mutalisk precaution. If mutas start to break your main base, for instance, you have 2 gateways down there so that you could make 2 High Templars and get an Archon out without them having to travel a long distance and get picked off by mutas. And then, yeah, looking up at Snow's base, he already had the Citadel on the way. He already has a Corsair making. So the well, I guess not. The Stargate has finished. There it is. Okay, he did already have it making. It is going to fly across the map and try to check out what's going on and find out that, okay, this is a Spire opener. Will Jaedong go mutas? That's another question. We just don't know that yet. There's a lot of tricky shielding of whether or not you're going to go mutas. Like it used to be, if you saw Senkin Gas at a certain time, it always meant mutas. That's just not the case anymore. Hydralisk Den actually coming up relatively quickly there at the 3rd base. So just something to note. This looks like it looks to me like what we're going to see from Jaedong is very likely going to be like 4 Scourge pushing back the Corsairs into a mass Hydra attack, probably trying to hit right before Psystorm is ready. That's what it looks like, but I can't say for 100%, right? Ooh, ooh. Oh, that was a sick juke by Snow. That was an insane juke. Jaedong, I think he could have microed to kill that if he was super on top of it right there, but it would have been, he'd have to react very, very quickly to that juke. Scourge have a really hard time when you take sharp turns on kind of continuing to follow. You can, if the Scourge are not microed, you can kind of get away from them a little bit, even if they, you know, they technically can catch these units. So very nice control there by Snow. He gets that Corsair back home, which is incredibly important. The Hydralisk Den has not been scouted as of yet, but with a speed upgrade done here and a speed zealot going down towards that 6 o'clock base, we should see Snow scout that Hydralisk Den pretty quickly. Speedlings coming down to try to block this zealot. Jaedong really on top of things right now. This is the type of move that can make the difference in a game. Now, 2 zealots go into the natural as all those speedlings chase the other one. So he blocks view of the Hydralisk Den, but not of those early Hydralisks. Now, this is very quick Hydralisk production, not like a 3-hatch Hydra bust, but it's very quick. It's like before you have the 6 hatches, right? A lot of the time when you go Spire first, you'll end up macroing up to about 6 hatches before making a lot of Hydras. Here, it was like, no, we start the Hydralisk Den on 3 hatches, the 4th hatch is on the way. Now a 5th hatch has been started, but he's already got a lot. Now, a DT coming out, but Overlord speed is already done for Jaedong. More gateways coming up. The DT doesn't look like it's going to be able to slow anything down. The Zealots are going to come to the bridge to try to slow this while the additional photon cannons warp in. There's only 5 right now, and they are going to be finished before the attack comes, which is really important. The Zealots are going to have to come out really quickly as well, because that is a lot of Hydroling coming in from Jaedong. He goes forward, tries to break everything down here, gets one of the cannons, but the Zealots are doing a pretty darn good job, if I could say so. The probes came out to block everything as well. Jaedong trying to, ooh, I got chills. Trying to get that Dark Templar, and he does. That was an excellent block by Snow. And the Corsair actually gets aggroed into the Overlord. It was just in range and pulled those forward. So that's a little bit annoying there for Snow. It looks like the Pylon and Gateway are both going to be picked off very quickly from these Hydras. And yeah, the Forge, I don't know if, okay, it looks like he does have his +1. Oh, he started a second upgrade. Okay, so it looks like Snow doesn't think he's going to lose that Forge. I don't know if that's actually the case, so I think he is likely to lose it as Storm goes down and pushes those Hydralisks back. Jaedong right now on 5 hatchery production. And yeah, looks like Snow is stabilized. Snow is stabilized here for the most part. Very good to see. Corsair going to fly through and see what exactly is being made back at home. Don't forget, like, you could have a switch back into mutas, and okay, so that died just before the muta was hatching, or it was just starting to come out of the egg. But the thing is, vision lingers, so he knows that mutas are being made right now. If he looked at all, he would have seen that muta pop out exactly. Like, when a unit dies, there is a lingering vision, and that actually has a variable for how long that lasts as well. So if he glanced down, generally you're going to know what is on the way here. Already 2 photon cannons and a Corsair awaiting him up in the main base. Jaedong having to turn around 2 Dragoons there as well. The High Templars, it looks like that High Templar comes forward. I think he's trying to hit a Storm here as they fly by, but nope. Actually, he didn't have enough energy, so I don't know. That might have been just a misclick or a misrally or something as well. Hiding in plain sight, I don't know. A weird place for the High Templar, though. And the Muta's going to come back from Jaedong and go after this Photon Cannon immediately. He's flying right over the probes, so if you Storm here, you're going to lose a lot of probes as well. Yeah, a few probes die there. The Storm helping to kill some as well, but you do need to push back those Mutalisks. Okay, so far, Snow has been blocking what Jaedong's been doing, but I feel like Jaedong playing this very aggressive stance is slightly outplaying Snow. Like, it felt to me like his Mutas did fine. The Hydralisk Rush didn't do what he was looking for. He was looking for a quick kill, but it wasn't like he was completely all in there either. And now Snow is starting to mass up a good amount of army. So will Jaedong, with those later hatcheries, those early army units,
But anyway, yeah, this is the one that I saw. So everybody thinks that Russia killed this guy. Everybody thinks Lindsey Graham. So Lindsey Graham, people might have gotten him confused with Mitch McConnell. Mitch McConnell is the turtle. Lindsey Graham is the warmonger. They are both almost crashed out. Mitch McConnell is basically dead, while Lindsey Graham is dead. Lindsey Graham is 13 years younger than Mitch McConnell. He's only 71 years old. So that means that this guy, I mean, and 71... for a person in a very, very public-facing role who is extremely wealthy, who has access to the best medical care in the world, 71 is not old. I'm sorry to say, it is not old if you have all of these advantages going for you, right? I mean, this guy's a career congressman. That's not old. Yeah, this isn't old enough to where it's like, oh, it makes sense that he just randomly died. Like, I mean, obviously things happen, right? I mean, I'm not saying that... Yeah, I'm not saying that Russia killed him. I have no idea. I haven't even read anything about this. I'm looking at it right now for the first time. But at the same time, I do think that, like, you can't just say that, oh, this is natural causes, for sure. And anyway, so yesterday, U.S. Senator Lindsey Graham visited Ukraine to assure Zelensky support.
That sucks. You monster.
Report for the of the United States. The warmonger was shown a quote secret drone manufacturing facility in Kiev. Well, this facility no longer exists after strikes by the Russian MOD. What is this here? Without warning, 6 missiles struck the manufacturing facilities in the Kiev region. The Rumod confirmed strikes on the drone sites, which started a huge fire. None of Russia's ballistic missiles were shot down. Lindsey Graham is no longer in Ukraine. So apparently not secret enough. Get your tinfoil hat ready. Graham inspected a drone factory in Ukraine. Russia blew up that factory today. Then tonight, it's announced that Graham is dead from a sudden illness and no more details. I'd say there's a decent chance that Russia blew up Lindsey Graham. I mean, like, people think that Russia actually blew this guy up. Oh man, that's a lot, right? I mean, like, I doubt it. Yeah, was his body found in the wreckage? I mean, that's a really tough cover-up, I'll tell you that. Like, I mean, think about, for example, how many points of failure you would have with, like, Jeffrey Epstein. People, and I'm not even certain that he didn't kill himself, right? I think it's possible that he did. Like, my opinion on that whole thing, I said before, is that I think he did kill himself, but people told him that he basically had to. Like, that's kind of what I think happened, or they let him do it. That's kind of what my guess is. So, well, I don't want to derail here, but what my point is that think about how many points of failure the communication around Jeffrey Epstein's death was and had. So if we're going to see the same thing with Lindsey Graham, I think it's going to manifest very quickly. And it won't happen. They have a closed casket. Yeah, but probably well, I guess, like, no, yeah, I mean, Lindsey Graham doesn't have any kids or a wife, so I don't know, maybe I know his sister is, like, the one that's going to inherit his money, so I guess maybe that would be her that would have to verify that it's him. Yeah, it's his sister. I just like Graham a lot, but if Russia blew him up, I say we retaliate unapologetically to send a message that we don't let this shit slide. I don't think that Russia blew the guy up. I just don't think that's what happened. I just don't. Like, I mean, I think it's much more likely. And also, like, the thing is that, I mean, yeah, obviously we should retaliate and everything, but I don't even think that in that circumstance Russia was trying to kill him, right? Like, they were just bombing an area. Like, I mean, they're at war with Ukraine, by the way. It is a drone facility. I mean, like, there you go. So, I mean, I'm not saying it's a good thing to have happen. I'm not trying to excuse it, but, like, it's not like this is totally fucking unprecedented and it was targeted on him. I have no idea. So, yeah, wrong place at the wrong time. So, anyway, he died in D.C. Well, people are just going to make up whatever they want and just say that, like, I mean, it's the same as they said that Jeffrey Epstein had a body double. Like, I mean, like, you're trying to approach this situation with facts. Why even do that? It's logic, right? And it's a conspiracy, I mean. So anyway, here's why it's possible. Russia is furious that we continue to fund and arm Ukraine. I don't think that's true. Graham is not just the most psychotic booster of Ukraine, but he's also the biggest booster of arming Ukraine a decade ago, which really forced Russia to invade. I don't even agree. Like, I mean, I think that there's a lot of politicians that are like extremely pro-Ukraine. Like Lindsey Graham is probably one of the ones that people know about because he goes on TV a lot, but a lot of other people have been involved with that. So I don't really think that's true. The fool cares not for your facts. I like that. So Graham was the loudest voice supporting strikes inside of Russia. I assure you, Putin didn't forget that. Russia has signaled that they intend to escalate because U.S. and NATO will not back off. This could be a warning shot to the political class that while Russia doesn't want World War III, they will extract a cost on the politicians themselves that are pushing for this endless war. I really just don't think this is what's happening. And the reason why is that Moscow got bombed. So if Moscow was able to get bombed so easily by Ukraine, it seems really obvious that Russia is really not in the position that I think a lot of people imagine it to be. They're on the back foot. Yeah, I think Russia is a lot more on the back foot than people realize. I do. I think Russia is extremely on the back foot. I think Ukraine is on the back foot too, but the difference is that Russia doesn't have anybody backing them up, and Ukraine has a lot of people backing it up. So, cover up, sus? Yes, of course, right? And plausible deniability. Okay, let me go back and I'm going to look at these other ones. And perhaps he got to fight in one of those wars he loves so much. Oh, this is some other thing. Okay, I was confused about that. They're leaving me no choice but to leave the pro-Israel cause. Stay safe, Ladybug. Okay, guys. Y'all aren't ready for this conversation. It's Israel that killed him, too. Did the Ukrainians brief Tim Pool's security about it? Tim Pool. Rapid onset AIDS. Maybe I'm just slow, but why wouldn't they want just tell us if Russia did it? I don't think Trump wants to smoke with Putin, so why would it change? That's exactly why Trump don't want that smoke. We can't acknowledge that Russian blew up a sitting senator because it would almost have to go to war, so they just lie to say we had a stroke or something. I don't think that's what happened. I really just don't think so. So anyway, hello, Mr. Satan. Okay, guys. So let me go. I'm going to watch this clip. This is Lindsey Graham 1 day ago. Literally 1 day ago. He was talking like this. Here we go.
We've reached agreement with the White House on a version of the Russian sanctions bill that they will support. It means it's going to become law. So when I get back to Washington, I'm going to go with Senator Blumenthal to the Republican and Democratic leader to see if we can find time to move this Russian sanctions package that would give tools to President Trump to help end this war.
Yeah.
There's some things we can do on the technology front to build on the lethality of Ukraine to protect itself from ballistic missile attack. If we did that, combined with creating tools to punish those countries that prop up Putin, that make money off this war, then I think we've got the best chance since I've been coming here in the last 5 years to get Putin to the peace table.
We'll see if that happens, right? And he's sharp. Yeah, I mean, like, people said he had high blood pressure. If I look at his skin, like, his skin does look quite red. And, like, I remember this is the way my mom's skin would look sometimes, too. And she had high blood pressure also. So, I mean, again, like, this is, you know, like, oh, I have an anecdotal piece of information, so, like, I have no idea. Bro, he's a retard. Now he's dead? Yeah, he's dead now, so it could have been a heart attack. I mean, there are instances, like, 71 is not young, right? His eyes don't look good? Yeah, but most people who are 71 that are like that, too, right? I mean, that's really about it. And looks puffy and purplish. He was an alcoholic as well. Is that really true? I didn't even know that. Don't forget his job is high stress. Yeah, I guess so. And before the funeral was an open casket because he was poisoned by the Ruskies. I mean, I don't think that's it either. What is this?
So when I get back to Washington, I'm going to go with Senator Blumenthal.
Oh, this is the same clip. It's just a different angle. Okay, and yeah, this is it. Let me scroll down. I'll look at... This is, it's actually crazy somebody else said the N-word. It is. Like, we're going to look at this later on, but not yet. And look it up. He has a history of heavy drinking in New York City. Or D.C., you mean? Yeah, I don't know. I'd have to look at it. But anyway, let me scroll down and find some of these other ones, too, because it's been pretty surprising to see that this guy passed away. And I'll look at some more of the information about it, too. Yeah, here it is. So, passed away on July 11th from brief illness, going into cardiac arrest at 9 p.m. and arriving at George Washington University Hospital too late. So he died apparently in America. So it's not like they bombed him. I mean, I don't think that. I mean, like, the thing is, like, if you're a conspiracy person, you're just gonna say it was a body double, right? I mean, you're gonna just invent a, infinite corridor of rationalization. It's the same way that anybody else would. But, yeah, straight from Ukraine. Yeah, exactly. I think that realistically, what probably happened is that he could have gotten poisoned. Like, I mean, that's probably the most likely outcome of any of the other stuff, right? Now, there is another component. I remember reading one person that said this, is that the flight from Ukraine to, I guess, America, it's like, what, 15 hours, right? Like, let me look this up. Yeah, it's DVT. Yeah, that's right. I was thinking, like, what is the term? Yeah, because obviously you guys see where I'm going with, like, I'm talking about how long something is, right? Like, we can clearly see where things are going. So it's 12 hours, right? So DVT is deep vein thrombosis. This is one of the silent killers of a lot of people that have sedentary jobs. And it's one of the reasons why I feel like I'm lucky that, like, I go out, like, I exercise a lot. One time I convinced myself that I had it because I had a pain in my leg. And I actually went to the emergency room, like, or an emergency clinic, and they did, like, a fucking ultrasound on me. I was, like, so freaked out about it, right? And you exercise? Well, I mean, like, avoiding DVT isn't hard to do. It's just make sure that you move around, period. And so, like, coronary embolism could happen from DVT clot the next day. Yeah, exactly. And so, like, that's why I'm always, like, you guys might not see it, I always move around a lot. And it's just something about it. Whenever I learned that that could happen to you, like, it did make me, like, very, like, physically uncomfortable. I was like, oh my God, okay, I have to make sure that I'm moving around and exercising more. And, like, now, like, I exercise and I move around probably, like, I walk probably 2 miles a day, if not more. I do, like, almost every single day I do. And I, go up and down stairs every day. That's not a big deal, right? But it's at least something. And so, that's it. Remember, military helps too. Yeah, and anyway, I think anybody needs to do that. So this can happen if you're sitting down a lot and you have other issues, right? So, like, he also has high blood pressure. He also has these other, like, secondary things. So that's what it could be. So if you showed me this tweet a year ago, what is this? Lindsey Graham and Charlie Kirk fighting in hell over being Reagan's bottom. This is another one, right? And so this is another person that, like, you can never show these people any degree of sympathy or anything other than treating them as if these are people who want you to die. These are people who want to kill you. They want you to die, and then when you die, they're going to laugh about it, make jokes about it, and then support the people that killed you. You need to treat them as if they are this type of person. They need to be treated as the threat that they are. And until you actually treat these people like the threat that they are, well then, I think you're going to keep having these problems. So that's it. We know it. Yeah, like Trump does. Yeah, and I like the fact that Trump does that. I do, because he matches their energy. I wish there were more Republicans that weren't pussies and they supported him and they did the same thing. I like the fact that Trump is so savage and he never gives these people any amount of emotional clarity at all. I like that he treats them like the violent, vicious, disgusting animals they are. That's the way I see it. I wish that everybody was like him. And that's it. Trump's all talk. Yeah, the problem that I have with Trump is that Trump doesn't treat them that way. He just talks about them that way. I wish he would treat them that way. That would be a lot better. Open chat from Hunter? Well, I don't know about that. And so what is this here? When I heard about Senator Graham's damn this, first thing about that, things he said, and did in service to Donald Trump, I thought about the time Donald Trump, he was a brother of Senator John McCain, a time when senators were different, could fight about politics. Yeah. That's the Senator Graham I remember today. I've forgotten where he came from. What is this here? Conservative Republican, South Carolina. Could say my father. If you can't admire Joe Biden as a person, you've got a problem. He's the nicest person ever you met in politics. Man, as good as God ever created. Yeah, I don't think Joe Biden was like an evil person, right? He was just kind of like he had things I disagreed with. I think that's true. And, oh man. Turn this man's entire death into a political topic? I mean, I think it is a political topic. I mean, he's a politician, right? And so anyway, what is this here? Lindsey Graham, what is this? Mm-hmm.
No, how is he doing? Have you heard anything?
I'm going to go check right now with my office. And
Okay.
hoping and praying he's doing well, but I'm going to check just right now.
Is there a contingency plan if for some reason Mitch McConnell...
So, and then this is another person. I'll say Lindsey Graham being asked by a reporter how Mitch McConnell is doing and answering, I don't know, I'm going to check right now, and then dying is hilarious. This is why... I don't know how many Charlie Kirks, Lindsey Grahams, Mitch McConnells you guys are going to need until you're willing to treat these people like what they are. I don't know how many times it's going to take. But if I hear one more person saying that, oh, well, we have to have decency, you can't do that, well, it's going to upset them, I am going to lose my mind. Oh my God, they're so annoying. Anyway, expecting Mitch McConnell but not Lindsey Graham is like ordering a chocolate chip cookie but getting a snickerdoodle. I'm confused but not upset. Again, all of these people, by the way, every single one of them, bro, every single one of them, you got to treat them like what they are. That's the way it is. Do not try to give value to those who weaponize your values and morals? I know. So, yeah, I wish more people would see things that way, but I think that they're blinded by their own, misguided, I think that, improperly socialized sympathy and empathy. But I don't have that problem. I don't have it. I might have a moral compass, but it doesn't point north. What can I say? So, yeah, I couldn't give a fuck. Anyway, Fetterman W statement. Yeah, I mean, like, again, I think John Fetterman is one of the only, upstanding guys. Like, I would say, like, the people that I would say are, like, really solid, like even though I don't... In a lot of cases, I don't necessarily agree with people that are always ideologically driven, but I can respect them in some ways. I like John Fetterman. I like Thomas Massey. I like... Oh, fuck. Those are probably the first two, like, just come up right at the top of my head. That, like, usually diverge from, like, what you would assume that I believe. Tulsi Gabbard. Yeah, of course I like her. I like the Pope. Yeah, I do. I like, Pope Leo. I don't agree with his positions on immigration. I think that he's wrong, but I think that he's a net positive, if that makes sense. So I like Bernie. Yeah, I like Bernie too. Yeah, sure. And LeBron James. I mean, I don't really watch a lot of basketball. Like, you like Rand Paul? I do like Rand Paul. That's true. So yeah, I mean, there's some instances of that. But I do still think that if we had had the Pope, if we had had the Black Pope Robert Sarah, dude, that would have been fucking crazy. Like, that would have been like the opening of like a fucking of like a Warhammer 40K video game trailer. It would have been nuts. So yeah, Black Pope, yeah, guy he was a real one, the 11th Crusade, exactly. But there'll be another one at some point, right? And what is this here? With Israel? What is this?
Forget it. I'm not with you. I'm with Israel. I will be with Israel to our dying day. They're the best ally we could hope for. So we have a commander-in-chief in President Trump, who I think is Ronald Reagan plus.
I mean, like, again, like, what is this?
Plus.
Ronald Reagan plus. Uh-oh, isn't that bad? Didn't Ronald Reagan give amnesty to a bunch of fucking illegals? We gotta undo that. Lindsey Graham in Congress for 31 years. His net rank was ranked 293 after 535 members of Congress. So, by the way, if you're making $171,000 a year, like, so if that's your net worth and you've been in Congress for 10 years and your net worth is only $1.5 to $2 million, you are not good at investing your money. Like, I will be honest. Like, I don't know what he was doing with his money. Was he paying for just, like, endless hookers? Like, I mean, if that's the case, then I get it, right? It's understandable, right? I mean, living life to the fullest. But, like, yeah, I mean, maybe he had Uber Eats a lot, right? That's it. And it's not true. It's, what is this here? And it's tax. He has to live on it as well. Yeah, I mean, I'm just saying, like, I think that's a lot of money, right? And paid for 2 houses. Maybe you're right. Should have followed Nancy Pelosi, I guess. Like, I just feel like there's a lot of ways you could spend more money, but who the fuck knows? So the news is so good I had to read it twice.
Lindsey Graham, senator.
Yeah, this is yeah, of course, right? And anyway, I'll scroll down and look at the rest of these.
Fucking
but the Save
losers
America
still
Act in
here,
honor of
dude.
Lindsey Graham immediately. It's not going to happen. I'll watch one more.
We say you should have a photo ID before you vote to make sure we have voter integrity.
Yeah.
We say over here you have to be a citizen before you vote. We say over here, biological males should not be playing girls' sports. We say over here that a minor should not be allowed to transition their sex. If you can't smoke as a minor, that makes sense to me. So to the medical community, you should not be performing sex changes on minors. They should wait till they're old enough to make that decision. That's what we say. All of y'all going to oppose it. If you don't want a photo ID, you're probably into cheating. There's no other reason to say you don't have to have an ID. It just makes cheating easier. Who wants a non-citizen voting in our election? If you're against that, that makes me wonder. And biological males playing girls' sports, not good for anybody. And a minor should not be allowed to transition their sex.
Yeah.
That's the biggest change you can
Huge
make in
loss
your
to the
entire
DC
life.
gay scene.
Shouldn't be allowed to do that as a minor. This is what we say. What do you say?
It's very weird that I think leftists always weaponize homosexuality as like it's like a big gotcha with the Republicans. I don't think most conservatives or Republicans care about a gay dude. I don't really like. I don't think anybody gives a shit. Like that's like that's like last patch, bro. Like yeah, we do. Like some people care. I mean, I guess maybe some people care. I certainly don't. Like I've always thought it was like kind of odd. Yeah, like this is like only traditionalist. Yeah, exactly. You're lying, bro. They hate gays. I don't really think they hate gays. I mean, if they hated gays, then why did Grindr call the RNC the Super Bowl of the app? Right? I mean, like, I feel like, guys, I feel like there's a lot of gay dudes out there. And also, by the way, there could be another meta level for this, right? Is because gay dudes don't have to pretend to have libtard politics to attract art hoes. Because all they need to do is find another gay dude that thinks the same fucking shit that they do. So when you think about it, right? No, think about it. Think. And so really, I think it makes sense. There's a lot of bi dudes too. I don't know if there are. I mean, I have no idea. No one hates gays. It's the trans is the problem. Yeah, I don't think people hate gays at all. Like, I mean, I'm sure there are some people that do. This is the last one with Trump talking about it.
What makes it even stranger is that I got a call last night, sometime in the early evening, maybe in the 7s, and he called and he said we're all set for the Save America Act. He.
I think my audio thing crashed. I'm not really sure. Let me go back and double check. Why'd it go away?
Said he just landed from Ukraine. I said, that's a long trip to make. He said, he sounded a little tired, but perfect. But he's a little bit tired. Had a right to be.
Yeah.
And he was a worker. He was really a worker. But he sounded great, actually. But he actually said he was tired. But he wanted to pass
Chat's
the
full
Save
of bi
America
guys.
Act. And I said, well, we're going to get it done, Lindsay. We're going to get it done. I'll see you soon. We thought maybe we might even meet today. And then that was it. And that was, very around the time. It couldn't have been much longer. It could have been as less.
That's why a lot of
I don't
Republicans
know
wait their
exactly,
voters.
but I got a message about 1 o'clock in the morning.
He was probably
from
sitting very still
one
on
of
the
the
plane
people
trip.
at his
Yeah,
office
true.
that he had passed away. I said, I just can't believe it. He was like a member of the family to me. It's very tough, actually. It's amazing.
Mr. President.
He was such an advocate. He was, if he wanted to get something, and he had a unique ability. He was able to deal with Democrats and Republicans. If I had a problem, a real problem, I wouldn't know what he had. But if I had a problem with a Democrat, he could work it out.
So, yeah, I mean, they got to pass the bill. I mean, sure, right? I mean, like, obviously they got to do that. I mean, yeah, I think they should have, I think we should have voter ID. I think also, like, for anybody that says, like, I think we should make getting an ID free. And I think in a lot of places it already is free. So it's like, if you want to get an ID for free, I think it's fine. But like, I think you should need an ID. Like, I'd rather spend extra money to pay for everybody getting free IDs. It's probably not that much money realistically. And then, like, you basically require, like, ID to vote. I mean, sure, right? Present your documents, free ID. Yeah, sure, exactly. And it's worth every dime. It is. It's the easiest decision you could possibly make. So, yeah, I mean, I feel like that's the clear, common sense middle ground, right? Lindsey Graham and a complicated relationship. I don't know. Oh, this is a guy from Ukraine. I'm not really sure about that. And, all right.
If you wanted an FBI investigation, you could have come to us. what you want to do is destroy this guy's life, hold this seat open, and hope you win in 2020. You've said that, not me. You've got nothing to apologize for. When you see Sotomayor and Kagan, tell them that Lindsay said hello, because I voted for them. I would never do to them what you've done to this guy. This is the most unethical sham since I've been in politics. And if you really wanted to know the truth, you sure as hell wouldn't have done what you've done to this guy. Are you a gang rapist?
No.
Oh!
I cannot imagine what you and your family have gone through. Boy, y'all want power. God, I hope you never get it. I hope the American people can see through this sham. That you knew about it and you held it. You had no intention of protecting Dr. Ford. None. She's as much of a victim as you are. God, I hate to say it, because these have been my friends. But let me tell you, when it comes to this, you're looking for a fair process, you came to the wrong town at the wrong time, my friend.
What's the video about?
You can
so there was a Supreme Court Justice Kavanaugh, and he was accused of sexual misconduct, and it was a concerted effort to try to delegitimize his nomination into the Supreme Court, and Lindsey Graham is defending him from those accusations. This was like maybe like a little bit less than 10 years ago.
Consider this a job interview?
Yeah, blatantly false allegations.
The advice and consent role is like a job.
You consider that you've been through a job interview?
I've been through a process of advice and consent under the Constitution. Which
Would you say you've been through hell?
I've been through hell and then some.
This is not a job interview.
Yeah.
This is hell. This is going to destroy the ability of good people to come forward because of this crap. Your high school yearbook. You have interacted with professional women all your life, not one accusation. You're supposed to be Bill Cosby when you're a junior and senior in high school. And all of a sudden you got over.
What?
With professional women all your life, not one accusation. You're supposed to be Bill Cosby when you're a junior and senior.
They're saying he's a gang rapist on a large scale like Bill Cosby was. That's what they're trying to say. That's the
in high school. And all of a sudden you got over it.
Damn.
It's been my understanding.
He's saying that, oh yeah, right. So you were this huge rapist in high school, but then after that you just stopped after you accumulated all this wealth and power? Right.
That if you drug women and raped them for 2 years in high school, you probably don't stop. Here's my understanding. If you lived a good life, people would recognize it. Like the American Bar Association has the gold standard. His integrity is absolutely unquestioned. He is the very circumspect
Kavanaugh sham pushed
in
me
his
to the right.
personal conduct, harbors no biases or prejudices. He's entirely ethical, is a really decent person. He is warm, friendly, unassuming. He's the nicest person. The ABA. The one thing I can tell you, you should be proud of. Ashley, you should be proud of this. That you raised a daughter who had the good character to pray for Dr. Ford. To my Republican colleagues, if you vote no, you're legitimizing the most despicable thing I have seen in my time in politics. You want this seat? I hope you never get it. I hope you're on the Supreme Court. That's exactly where you should be.
And he went on the Supreme
Court.
He
And I
won.
hope that the American people will see through this charade. And I wish you well, and I intend to vote for you, and I hope everybody who's fair-minded will.
I think that we really lost a real one. I do. Like, goddamn. Like, holy shit. And like, now that I see all the Nevrons, all the demons coming out and celebrating this dude died, I'm thinking to myself, you know what? He wasn't that bad. Yeah, he wasn't that bad at all.
The dude was a warmonger.
Anyway, let's get into this video because I'm gonna keep yapping all day, and I wanna get into Warcraft 3. To be honest, I can't wait to play. I've just been nonstop thinking about the story. I want to see what happens next, man. I think it's really cool too that you start from the human campaign, and then you follow Arthas to the undead campaign, and Arthas goes from a paladin to a death knight, and you're like, you have different spells, but it's like the same guy. Like, dude, how sick is that? Anyway. We'll get into it in a bit. There might be Warcraft 3 spoilers in this video. Hopefully not, honestly. There are Warcraft 3 spoilers. Wait, really? There are some little spoilers. Wait, are the spoilers big enough to actually not want to do it? Bro, you've played a giant Warcraft 3 spoiler for 20 years. Yeah, I think I'm fine. Like, here's the thing. At some point in my WoW career, I probably knew Arthas did that. But I've never seen it happen, and I've never played the campaign to lead up to it happening, seeing the cutscene of it happening. But someone's probably mentioned to me before, Arthas killed his father. Like, I probably knew that somewhere in my conscience, right? Conscious. I always mix up conscience and conscious. Subconscious. Every time I use... Anyway, I probably knew that somewhere, but I've never seen it. I've never felt it. Because I've never actually seen the cutscene. So if there's spoilers, it probably doesn't matter because I probably have heard them. I want to actually experience them. It's different. Classic WoW is bigger than I thought, guys. This is the brand new G-Bay video, and I'm stoked G-Bay is still playing WoW. We watched that first episode, and I thought he might have been a goner, but he's still here. We got him, boys. All right.
Alright, so when you're someone who's new to World of Warcraft like me, there is a point in your first playthrough when you come to learn that this game is almost set up to trick you. Across my first steps through Azeroth so far, I've already been through a lot, from discovering the various human starting zones, to stumbling into tragic quest lines, to tanking my first dungeon and getting a sneak peek at how deep the strategy and combat can go. By now, my journey from level 1 to 30 has taken roughly 60 hours of gameplay, so at this point I thought that I knew what this game had to offer. Normally that's the case, right? I mean, normally if you sink 60 hours into a video game, you should have a pretty good grasp of the game you're playing, but I've come to learn that is not the case for World of Warcraft. It turns out in classic WoW, when a player hits 30 for the first time, that is the moment this game gets turned on its head, because for however big you thought the world was, now is when you are sent all across the sprawling 2 continents of the map to see how truly large the...
Okay, I gotta pause here for a second. 1 to 30 to me is like peak classic WoW. Not to take away from the rest of the game because it's great, but 1 to 30 Alliance to me is like peak classic WoW. Like, these zones right here are just so darn good. They're like, I could do them 100 times. In fact, I probably have. It's like, it's so darn good. And the second thing I was gonna say is this area of the map has a whole new meaning after playing some Warcraft 3. The Undercity, Lordaeron, Hearthglen, Strat, Western Plaguelands, all this whole area, and then like up here going into like the Blood Elf zone. Oh, whole different. I almost want to like just run around here for a bit. It's like a whole different thing after playing Warcraft 3.
The scale goes. However good you thought the quests were, this is when you get to see even more that send you on bigger and more important adventures than anything you'd seen yet. And to top it all off, this is the point when Classic WoW even managed to fix the one critique I've had for this game. I was always sold on going all the way to 60, but my experience post 30 really showed that there's no way I can stop now. It's a story I can't wait to tell you all today, but before we get into all of that, first, okay, so today's sponsor is exciting for the channel because this video is sponsored by the ultimate free-to-play game you all know and love. A game that does not have seasonal resets that constantly devalue your progress. A cross-platform title playable on mobile devices and PC, and one featuring a truly insane number of collectibles, where if you stick around to the end of this ad read, I will be giving you some codes to unlock a bunch of free stuff that'll get you started.
Raid Shadow Legends?
You can tell I'm a real YouTuber once again because this video is sponsored by Raid Shadow Legends. Raid, of course, is the classic game we all know and love. I was first sponsored by them.
Legendary, man, legendary.
Ironically checked in. Keep logging in after a new player. You can get one of the best chances within 48
you don't really know
much to Raid for sponsoring this episode. Pretty eager. Last, of course. But now, back to the video. All right, so we last left our series off when I hit level 30 in Duskwood, and a guildmate messaged me letting me know that I should go do the Whirlwind Axe Warrior class quest. Of course, I was a little bit sad to receive this message because it meant I had other things to do before I was allowed to get back to my fishing grind. I was still stuck at 150 and felt pretty eager to unlock whatever I needed to level further, but I was happy to have a new task to chase, not realizing how hard this task was about to be. I flew off to Stormwind first to wrap up any errands I had before heading over to my class trainer. In particular, I spent a little bit of time trying to level my mining, blacksmithing, and also maxed out my first aid up to 150, since you guys let me know I should try to not fall too far behind on the profession grind. While I was here running through the streets, I also tried to pick up any new quests that I saw, since if last episode taught me anything, it was that so many of the great quests in this game start from unassuming beginnings. But after that, I finally went off to the warrior class trainer to begin what was about to be a very long journey. So Wu Shen tells me, now that I've hit level 30, it's time for me to prove my worth as a warrior, mentioning that there's an island off the coast of the Barrens where warriors meet to test their skill. I should go there and speak to the chief warrior.
I wonder if he can find
a
it.
Special challenge I'm now ready to face. He gave me some instructions on how to reach this island, but I could tell this was going to be a somewhat monumental task, since none of the named places in the directions given appeared to be anywhere in the Eastern Kingdoms. For almost my entire journey from level 1 to 30, I've been pretty exclusively
He has to
stuck
take the boat
in the
over.
first 4 human starting zones, all in the southern part of a single continent. These areas were already pretty large and diverse to a point that they felt huge on their own. It made the few times I flew up to Ironforge feel like a massive trek that I thought was giving me perspective on how large the world could be. Turns out, I had no idea. After searching my map, I come to find the Barrens is a region off in Kalimdor, and this single zone, top to bottom, is as large as the whole distance from Stormwind to Ironforge. Gosh, this is a big zone. I take a flight up to Menethil Harbor, where I remembered from ages ago that one NPC mentioned boats here sail off to Kalimdor, and all along this flight path, I was feeling intimidated that I'm about to...
Bro, how does bro have a memory like that? Like, my memory's more like, I don't know, like a goldfish, you know? I can remember like kind of what I'm doing currently most of the time, but like there's no way I was like, oh yeah, I read that quest, it told me to go there. Like, what?
Go to a zone that's as big as this whole trek my Griffin is taking. When I finally landed, I walk over to the docks, and after waiting around for a while for the wrong boat that would have taken me to a Night Elf zone, I eventually head over and wait alongside some other players, where a ship finally arrives, everybody boards, and we set off to Kalimdor. Now honestly, this little trek was kind of exciting for me because, as you may remember from episode 1, one of the few criticisms I've had of Classic WoW so far is that it doesn't really feel like enough of a follow-up to Warcraft 3. Everything that happened with the human race specifically in that game was fascinating, from the culling of Strathhome to Jaina fleeing to Kalimdor to whatever the hell came of Dalaran after Arthas murdered everybody. I was coming to WoW hoping that I would get to meet some old friends or see familiar places, but so far most of my time in this game has been spent in or around Storm.
I mean, we've murdered a lot of people, but I don't know if I've murdered people in Dalaran. Have I done that part? Everyone's saying spoilers. I have killed a lot of people.
Stormwind, which is a city that I had never even heard mentioned once before in the Warcraft universe. That's why sailing from Menethil to Kalimdor for the first time and setting foot on Theramore Isle, that reignited my interest in the world. I was gawking at the outpost, wondering if this was the human camp that Jaina set up after the Prophet chose her to lead humanity across the sea to go and fight Archimonde. I don't want to be too much of a lore nerd, but it feels so good to finally get what looks like my first real nod to the game that sold me on WoW in the first place.
God,
as I leave the safety of Theramore entering Dustwallow Marsh, I get a sense of familiarity with a nagging thought in the back of my mind that this zone has some kind of significance to me, although something I can't remember yet. I get a little...
Someone said, I'm the reverse G-Bay. Like, I've been playing WoW my whole life, and I've never played Warcraft 3. It's like, The actual reverse, man.
A little spooked on my trek as I noticed that there are some mobs that are way too high of a level for me to deal with them on my own. But that makes it all the more comforting when I then head further down the road and see these encampments of Alliance soldiers staffing nearby towers and tents, providing assistance. That's one of the really cool things WoW does with its faction system, where because the world can feel so dangerous, but certain NPCs will fight alongside you, it honestly feels like a relief anytime I see a friendly soldier nearby who will help if I ever get in a bit of trouble. Like, it genuinely feels...
The world feeling scary is really important for an MMO. And this is why I really don't like when Blizzard and other modern MMOs create a world that scales with you, right? Any level, any zone you go into is scaled to your level. It's like, well, this sucks for two reasons. The first is now nothing feels crazy scary if you wander off the beaten path, which it should, right? Having the world feel scary is awesome, but it's bad for the second reason because once you're a really strong level, you want to be able to like one-shot the stuff that was hard earlier, right? When you're level 30 and you go back to Elwyn, you want to be like, oh yeah, like I'm not scared of this at all. Like you want to feel powerful. You want to feel scared in some areas, and you want to feel powerful in others. Not this whole like, anywhere I go, it's exactly my level always, and I level up and everything is now leveled up with me, so I'm not getting stronger. What? Like, it's just so, it's so bad. It's so bad. I don't like to use the word bad often because it's like, well, it's a matter of perspective and there's pros and cons and this and that, but like, it's pretty darn bad for an MMO to have world scaling. It just is. It's pretty bad.
It's real. I am actually quite nervous running through some of these areas, and I feel actual relief when I see an allied camp come across the horizon. Anyway, I follow the street signs that point me toward the Barrens, as well as a sign specifically noting something called the Shady Rest Inn. I wonder if this is a place I might want to set my Hearthstone. After many minutes of hiking, I come to a fork in the road where it looks like the Horde have their own encampment further down. I can only assume that's what these banners signify. And that marks the first point when I realized that I don't think I've seen a Horde player in my playthrough yet. Shortly after this fork in the road is when I come across the Shady Rest Inn, which is destroyed?
Awesome.
What happened here?
Cool.
I mean, there has to be a story behind this place.
Click on the
I doubt
things.
the inn would have had all these signs pointing me toward it. If there wasn't any significance, I'll have to keep an eye out for any sort of quest associated with this place from here on. Further down the road, though, is where I finally make it to the outskirts of the Barrens and come to see that it really is as intimidating in size as the map suggests. Most of the mobs here are such low levels, they're not really
intimidating
a threat, which
in
gives me
size.
some comfort in exploring, so I start heading toward the coastline to scan the horizon for islands. But before I get there, I stumble across a human fort, which I figure I should go explore, thinking maybe this will have a flight point or something to make future travel easier. Except when I search this encampment, I realize there's not really anything for Alliance players here, which must mean that this is a place for Horde players to go and do quests fighting the Alliance. There was something about realizing this that got me feeling giddy. Seeing NPCs that are on my side in a war that I know enemy players will be specifically hunting down is so interesting as a gameplay mechanic. Like, if I was playing WoW as a kid and this was a PvP server, I bet I would just be hiding out here for hours waiting for Horde players to be sent on whatever quests so I could go and gank them. That's actually one thing that I feel kind of sad about with my playthrough. I've been able to experience so much of the glory of WoW's golden era by playing vanilla, but I'll never really get to experience however popular the world PvP was back in the day. Anyway, upon realizing that
I'm curious what server he's playing on, because it seems kind of dead. Maybe it's a bad layer. I don't know. Like, normally you would see like some Horde on your way through Theramore to Ratchet to Northwatch Hold, like someone questing. Maybe it's a PvE realm. Maybe. I don't know. It is kind of sad that he's not seeing any though, right? It is kind of, it's like,
There's not much for me to do here. I follow the coastline to try and find some kind of inn to set my Hearthstone or another flight point so I don't have to do this walk on foot again. When I come across my first ever Horde player, seeing this level 11 undead Jaws filled me with a sense of conflicting emotions. On the one hand, I wanted to wave, say hi, tell him that he's the first Horde player I've ever seen, but on the other hand, I was just fantasizing about this. If I was on a PvP server, I know I would absolutely try to kill him. I wouldn't even care if I got anything out of it. I would just do it for the love of the game. Getting your first PK is always a big rite of passage when playing a new MMO.
killing a level 11. You know, if it's your first kill, I respect it. You know, like normally I'd be like, bruh. But if it's your first kill, it's like, you know, you got to do what you got to do.
Wow. Since this is a PvE server, though, Jaws was spared, and I kept heading north until I found a little town where I could set my Hearthstone and pick up my first new flight path on Kalimdor. This town was pretty fascinating on its own. It seemed to be run by goblins who aren't hostile toward me, but I'm also seeing other Horde players around, which must mean it's a kind of neutral site where both Alliance and Horde are welcome. The dynamics of Alliance versus Horde are already so interesting as a gameplay mechanic, so seeing there are also neutral races that I presume are playing both sides of the conflict for the sake of profit, sort of like the smugglers in the Dune universe, that just makes the dynamics of interracial conflict all the more fun. Okay, wait, I didn't mean for...
The dude is suckling the teat of Candace Owens to get followers and attention.
Look at you.
Crazy, cashing out. Cash out.
Cash out. Level 48 shot in my ass. I'm 49, bitch.
Because we're in a peer. So Candace is doing it because it's a low IQ grift. Now I'm going to say this to Clint because Clint, I believe, I believe Clint has become very evil.
Tim, you besmirched my good name? How dare you? Oh man, Tim just launched into me for 20, I think it was 25 minutes straight on Timcast tonight. 25 minutes. What have I done? Well, I can tell you what I did. I challenged Ben Shapiro's retelling of the events in the aftermath of Charlie Kirk's killing. That's my grave crime, my sin. Now, you may think this is a petty point that is being made. I assure you it is not. It is a very precise, very nuanced point that I am making. It is a very valid issue and one that deserves unpacking. So I intend to do so. Hang in there. I promise you it's worth it. So here is how it all began.
Apparently he was still alive at the time. Again, I know that only because my security was talking to his security in the car.
So the claim from Ben Shapiro is a very clear one. It's very concise, extraordinarily concise, actually. He says that the only reason he knows that is because his security was talking to Charlie Kirk's security in the car, in the SUV that was rapidly taking him to the hospital. It's very important you understand the details of the aftermath of the attack in Utah, starting with the fact that the hospital is less than 4 miles from UVU. It is only it's less than a 4-mile drive to get Charlie Kirk from where he was attacked to the hospital. It's also important to note that it took less than a minute to get him after he was hit by the projectile, be it a 30-06 or whatever it was, less than a minute, and he is loaded into that SUV. He is loaded into that SUV with 5 other people. This will be important, so remember that. And according to Brian Harpole and others, on that day, they took side streets to get to the hospital, but they were going 60, 80, 100 plus miles per hour. They were not stopping for red lights or stop signs. They were booking it. So less than 4 miles, going, I don't know, on average, maybe 80 miles per hour, you're going to get there pretty damn quickly. Now, if their retelling is to believed, you might have got Charlie to the hospital in under 4 minutes. But I'll be conservative and say maybe it was 6, maybe it was 8. Let's push it all the way up to 9 minutes. So it took you a minute to get him from the stage where he was attacked to the vehicle, and then it took you 9 minutes to get him to the hospital. We're talking a window of only 10 minutes. Only 10 minutes. That's a very key fact, and this is why it matters.
Nobody from TPUSA called 911. Let's just review quickly, shall we? Mikey McCoy called his wife Elizabeth. Then he called Erica. Then he called his father Rob. Then he took a call from his brother Danny. Blake Neff called his mom. Terrell Farnsworth called his team back at Visual Impulse headquarters in Arizona. Frank Turek was in the SUV with Charlie with his phone in his back pocket, allegedly stuck on FaceTime. Rick Cutler was in the SUV with one hand cradling Charlie's head and the other hand holding on to Brian Harpole so that he wouldn't fly out of the door while the car was careening at high speeds. Brian Harpole, of course, had dropped his phone back at the murder scene. Justin, the driver, was driving at 100 miles an hour, cutting traffic, blowing through stoplights. And then, of course, Dan Flood was in the passenger seat, barking out orders and directions to the driver, Justin, to get him to the hospital with his navigation called up on his phone. So nobody was available to call 911. But we are going to hear that Brian Harpole said somebody did call 911. But I've obtained all the 911 calls from that day from Utah County. And nobody in that SUV called 911, and nobody from TPUSA called 911.
Huge shout out to Sam Parker for that research. Really, really appreciate it. And this is the reason that I hammered this point so aggressively today. For those that thought I was being, I don't know, nitpicky or something. No, this matters tremendously. The reason it matters is because no one in that SUV called 911. They had their protectee. This is literally their job, is to keep this man alive. And they didn't call 911. And to the best of my knowledge, they also did not call, at least none of them have reported that they did not call the hospital to give them advance notice that they have a victim of a gunshot wound to the neck that is going to need emergency care. I mean, I'm not going to pull up the footage of Charlie because we've all seen it plenty of times, too many times. But anybody that's seen that knows that that man needs immediate intensive care. Right away. Surgeons, doctors, highest level, they need to be ready to go. If you're a hired professional, high-level security team for a protectee as high level as Charlie Kirk, do you think that it might be appropriate to notify the hospital that you're bringing in your protectee to make sure that you can at least have a shot at saving his life? No, nobody does. Nobody did. But they did convey, according to Ben Shapiro from Charlie Kirk's security team in the SUV, to Ben Shapiro's security team, updates about his condition. Do you think that that should take priority over, I don't know, calling 911 or calling the hospital or calling Erica Kirk or, I don't know, anybody else? In what world is Ben Shapiro of such importance that you would have time in a 8 to 10 minute window when your protectee is actively bleeding out to contact Ben Shapiro on the other side of the country and Tim Pool on the other side of the country? Why in God's name would you have done that before you even talked to his wife? And the answer, ladies and gentlemen, in a sane world is you don't. You would not be contacting Tim Pool and Ben Shapiro in the 8 to 10 minute aftermath when you were driving over 100 miles per hour through side streets, blasting through red lights and stop signs, and you haven't even spoken to the victim's wife. You haven't called the hospital. You haven't called 911, but you are relaying real-time updates about the condition of your bleeding protectee to Ben fucking Shapiro. No way. Now, Candace Owens being Candace Owens, she takes this in the most absolute conspiratorial route you can take it. And she is reading into this because Ben Shapiro allegedly has high-level former IDF, I assume they're former IDF are the top level of his security team. Let me be clear here, allegedly. I don't know that for a fact, but that's the claim. And obviously the insinuation that she's making is that she believes that Ben Shapiro may have been read in about this because maybe he had foreknowledge, maybe he was involved. I don't know. I don't know exactly the point that she's making, but I'm not making that point. And this is what frustrates the hell out of me, is that because I'm critical of the prosecution's narrative about the attack on Charlie Kirk, I'm constantly grouped into not just Candace Owens. I'm talking like any zany thought out there. Like Charlie Kirk still alive. Charlie Kirk was abducted by aliens. Clint Russell believes that. You know why? Because he had Baron Coleman on his show. Does Baron Coleman believe that? Does Clint believe that? No. Neither of us do. Does Buckley Carlson believe that? No. Actually, none of us do. None of us believe any of that. Or they go, Clint wants to see Tyler Robinson walk free. No. If he's innocent, I want to see him walk free. If he's guilty, I want him put in prison forever, along with anybody else he collaborated with. I just want to make really, really certain that we have not just the right guy, but every piece of garbage that was involved in this attack on Charlie Kirk. I want them all to be put away. That's the difference between myself and your camp, Tim. You have gone out of your way for over 10 months now to avoid any critical thought about this case whatsoever. It is embarrassing. That's the truth. And the reason you're hemorrhaging audience is because your audience knows that it's weird. It's weird that you can't even begin to think critically about this. You can't analyze any of this honestly. You can't have on any of the critics of this case to have a real deep dive discussion. And your ratings are plummeting as a consequence. And that's not my fault. That's your decision. But how does Tim frame it?
The dude is suckling the teat of Candace Owens to get followers and attention.
Yes. Suckling at the teat of Candace Owens, someone who doesn't even follow me. I don't even know if she really knows me or knows of me. I have said on multiple occasions that I disagree with many of the avenues of investigation that she's taken on this case, that I thought many of them were fruitless. I have also said that I'm really appreciative that she has not let this story die, that she has continued to dig tirelessly, mercilessly, viciously. It has been good. It has been healthy. We need to know that we get the right people that are held responsible. And I can promise you this, if it was up to the Tim Pools and the Ben Shapiros of the world, we would have no fucking clue about the nature of the lies that have gone on behind the scenes when it came to this case. It is thanks to Candace Owens, first and foremost, of anybody on the planet Earth, for getting us the truth about many of the shifting opinions that Charlie Kirk had when it came to Israel, when it came to Charlie Kirk's true feelings about people like Ben Shapiro, when it came to all sorts of things with the funding getting pulled, that she has been vitally important. And Tim Pool despises her for it. And since Tim took the gloves off and attacked me out of nowhere today, all day, I'm just going to tell the truth about it. I didn't before because I considered Tim a friend. And I thought that ultimately it didn't really matter, but this is my honest opinion, so you can have it. My honest opinion is that Tim's audience is running for the hills because he has become ideologically captured. He goes out of his way to justify every failure of the Trump administration, and when he's critical of them, it's very minor. Contrast any sort of criticism he has of Donald Trump to, I don't know, Candace. See what Tim Pool really cares about. Does he really care about ending the war in Iran, or does he slam his fucking hand on the table anytime Candace Owens is doing 1 million views per episode? And here's the reality. Timcast IRL used to do 400,000 or 500,000 views per night on YouTube alone. I don't know what his numbers were on Rumble. I'm sure they were significant too, but we're talking a cash cow of all cash cows. He's doing every night, 5 nights a week. He's also doing a members only show after the fact, 4 nights a week. And then he's doing his daily show, which is doing hundreds of thousands of views. I don't know exactly how many he was doing at its high water mark, but he's crushing it. And I was happy for him. Let me just be very clear about that. I liked him. At least I liked him until he started to be addicted to me. I liked Tim. We always got along personally. I had no beef with him. He was relatively respectful. Sure, he talked shit to me when we were on the show and we disagreed on a handful of things, but like that's the nature of debate and politics. I never took any of that personally. We played poker for, 40 hours over the years, like a lot of poker. And we always got along. So my rule of thumb is if you're respectful to me, I will return that respect. Well, you stopped being respectful to me today, Tim. That was a mistake.
Apparently, Charlie was rushed to the hospital by security. We know that he was still barely alive, apparently, in the car. I believe he died at the actual hospital. There was some news that had broken, that he was in critical condition.
A few moments later.
Second, there's visual timelines that show Charlie's body being carried to a vehicle within minutes of being shot. Apparently, he was still alive at the time. Again, I know that only because my security was talking to his security in the car.
According to Ben Shapiro yesterday, he was receiving real-time updates by Charlie Kirk's security in the SUV. Real-time updates, right? So Ben didn't have to guess. He didn't have to go off of his eyes. He had his security team getting real-time updates. Why is he not talking as if he had inside information the night of the assassination? Why is he not being forthright about that fact? But now suddenly he is. And this is the key thing to understand. This is why this matters so much. Candace Owens is in litigation with Brian Harpole. Brian Harpole is suing her for defamation and, I don't know, tortious interference or whatever. But here's the thing about lawsuits. Lawsuits mean disclosure. Lawsuits mean that you might, via discovery, find out that, I don't know, Brian Harpole or someone else in that vehicle was having a phone call or sending text messages to someone in Ben Shapiro's security team. So Shapiro decided to come clean. He decided to go public with that information before the lawsuit might force that information into the public eye. Because trust me, had he not been publicly open about that fact yesterday, Candace Owens would have nuked him from orbit when she got that information in her possession. And you know I'm telling the truth about that. So I will ask you, ladies and gentlemen at home, you tell me why Ben Shapiro wasn't forthcoming with this information, that he had inside information from the SUV that was driving 100 miles per hour to the hospital with their protectee bleeding in the center aisle, getting real-time updates, plural updates. And Ben Shapiro waited exactly 10 months to go public with that information. And maybe it's benign, maybe. But I find anytime I see someone being deceptive, especially when it comes to a murder investigation, I take that shit personally. I want you to be forthright. I want you to be forthcoming. I want you to be transparent. Why are you not being transparent? Why? And I have a lot of other points to make about this, but let's get into more of the criticism that Tim levied at me so I can dismantle all of it.
What Clint is doing here is called assumptive manipulation. First, we've never concluded, nor did Ben say, that his team was on the phone with the guys in the car.
Oops. So Ben didn't say that his security team was talking to the security team in the SUV? Let's play the tape.
Again, I know that only because my security was talking to his security in the car.
My security was talking to his security in the car. Hello? Am I making things up? Or are you wrong? There's the receipts. Care to apologize for calling me a liar when you are, whether intentionally or not, obviously lying yourself? You have the facts wrong. That's crystal clear. I think that's what frustrates me the most about all this shit, is that these people haven't fucking lifted a finger to figure out what actually happened to Charlie Kirk. I have spent hundreds of hours digging into this case. Hundreds, probably 1,000 by this point. I am deep in the weeds on this. I have dug very, very hard to try and make sure that we get the right guy. And again, if that's Tyler Robinson and he did it alone because he liked trans people, okay, I'm fine with that. All I want to do is make sure we get actual justice. And yet somehow I have been besmirched, called a kook and a loon for doing that. I have not done any of those things I'm being accused of. I have been very fair about my analysis on all this. Anybody who has watched this show for the past 10 months will tell you the same thing.
Charlie Kirk did not work for Daily Wire, which is true, while the rest of the world was just learning about the shot being fired somehow. Shapiro has a direct line to the security team, which just failed to secure their protectee. This is weird beyond belief, and I hope everyone will set their buy side and really think about how this was even possible. So disturbing. Clint is not stupid. We've known him for a long time, and Clint has gone down a very dark path recently, and I assume it's out of desperation for attention. Clint knows full well that security teams communicate with other security teams. He knows everything you just described. How a set cop is going to radio, hey guys, here's what just happened, to logistics. Why is he trying to make people assume that Charlie Kirk's security wasn't rendering aid and instead we're on the phone with Ben Shapiro's team?
Again, a total misread of actually what I'm saying. What I'm saying is everything to save their protectee's life, not just rendering aid. Of course, I know that they were rendering aid in the center aisle. I know that because I've actually studied this case where you have not at all.
He says, so your claim is that you were receiving updates within 10 minutes of the attack, but not from the SUV. Someone on a security team that was not with Charlie was able to update you on his condition while en route to the hospital. You can't understand why people find that weird. You see that last sentence? Bro, if you think it's weird that a logistics for a major security company relays to other security companies, friends, and affiliates, your client may be in danger, here are the updates that are going on, that's completely normal. Bro, I'm going to be honest. If my security company did not have the ability to tell me what had just happened, I would fire them in 2 seconds.
I actually agree with that, Tim. I think it would be malpractice if Charlie's security team didn't at some point update other high-profile conservative commentators in the aftermath of them failing to secure their protectee. The criticism that I'm levying is a very precise one that you continue to avoid, which is that they were relaying real-time information to Ben Shapiro from that SUV, according to Ben Shapiro. Let me make this crystal fucking clear. I would have no problem at all with Brian Harpole or anybody else that was in that vehicle relaying updates to Tim Pool or Ben Shapiro or Erica or every other person on the planet Earth once they got their bleeding protectee into the care of doctors. Then and only then would I expect someone who was hired to keep a single human being alive to actually divert their attention to anything else.
What Clint is doing here is called assumptive manipulation. First, we've never concluded, nor did Ben say, that he was his team was on the phone with the guys in the car. So when he says they should have been working tirelessly to save his life, the purpose of that sentence is to, in your mind, create an image of Charlie's security team in the car not rendering aid and instead calling Ben Shapiro, which no one said. He wants you to assume that. Shapiro was not Charlie Kirk's friend.
Please.
I mean, that's just absolutely not true.
And Tim keeps going back to this thing, assumptive reasoning, which I don't even know if I've ever heard that phrase before, but I'm not trying to get you to assume anything. I'll paint the picture. He says, this is the picture he's trying to paint. No, let me make it explicit, the picture that I'm trying to paint, because this is actually what happened. According to the accounts of the people in that vehicle that day, which I'm sure you don't have a fucking clue about, I might add, but there were 5 people in that vehicle. You have Frank Turk, who his phone is in the back pocket. It's stuck on FaceTime, allegedly. He's the guy in the back seat, and he said he was praying. He's in the back seat, and he is praying. Brian Harpole, who dropped his phone back on the stage, I guess, when he tried to get Charlie out of there, he is the one who's actually attending to the body. He's actually putting the gauze in there, and he's trying to stop the bleeding. He's doing the right thing, I mean, I assume, based off his retelling, to stop the bleeding. That's the most important thing. I think we would all admit that and acknowledge that. Rick Cutler is allegedly holding on for dear life because they couldn't close the doors because Charlie's torso was so long, because he's 6'4" or whatever, and he is holding on for dear life. He's holding up Charlie's head with one hand, and he's hanging on to Brian Harpole with the other, allegedly, to not fall out of the vehicle. Obviously, he ain't relaying shit to nobody, right? You've got Justin, the driver. He's allegedly driving 100 miles per hour through side streets, going through red lights and stop signs. Was he on the phone with Ben Shapiro, updating him in real time? I don't think so. And then last but not least, literally the only other person that is conscious in that vehicle, unless Charlie by some miracle was still conscious, was Dan Flood. And he is in the path.
See, sir. You fucking big fat hypocrite. Hippie. Oh, you get to bug me, but if I do this to you, you'd freak out. Yeah, I tried doing that earlier to you, and you told me to fuck off and go die in a hole.
No.
Yeah, you did.
Don't touch my face.
Same thing.
I'm breaking out. Stop.
Same thing. 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 I have to go all the way the fuck over here? Are you shitting my dick? Ugh.
That smell isn't ready yet.
That is gay. You pee like a racehorse.
passenger seat. And the reports are, and a retelling of the people in that vehicle, that he had his phone pulled up with navigation and he was giving directions to the driver to get him to the hospital. So I am not, by some miracle, was still conscious, was Dan Flood. And he is in the passenger seat, allegedly, to not follow the vehicle. Obviously, he ain't relaying shit to nobody, right? You've got Justin, the driver. He's allegedly driving 100 miles per hour through side streets, going through red lights and stop signs. Was he on the phone with Ben Shapiro, updating him in real time? I don't think so. And then last but not least, literally the only other person that is conscious in that vehicle, unless Charlie by some miracle was still conscious, was Dan Flood. And he is in the passenger seat. And the reports are, from the retelling of the people in that vehicle, that he had his phone pulled up with navigation and he was giving directions to the driver to get him to the hospital. So I am not using assumptive reasoning to try and mislead people. I am not trying to get them to think that they stopped, attending to Charlie's wound on his neck to call Ben Shapiro. That's not what I'm saying. I am saying that it is bizarre beyond belief that Dan Flood is really the only person that I think would have had the capacity, given what everybody else is doing and according to their own retelling of events. Dan Flood with the navigation, he's the only one that I think could have realistically been calling or texting other people. And I'll tell you what I would do if I had that job. I would absolutely 100,000% be calling either 911 or probably more specifically, I would be calling the hospital, letting them know that my protectee is down and he is bleeding terribly. And we need to have everybody, all hands on deck. We will be there in 5 minutes. Please be ready. And as far as we know, based off of the accounts of the people in that vehicle and based off of the research of independent researchers like Sam Parker and Mel and Baron Coleman and Candace, that didn't happen. So let me ask you again, Tim, are you sure that you don't have a problem with this story from Ben Shapiro? Are you sure you don't have a problem with him getting real-time updates from the car that was transporting Charlie Kirk, your buddy, who was bleeding out, to the hospital, and nobody was calling, not Erica Kirk, not the hospital, not 911, no, Ben fucking Shapiro. And apparently you, according to you, and I quote, Tim Pool, quote tweeting me today. Just want to note, I didn't fire the first shot. I wasn't saying anything to Tim, about Tim, nothing. I was literally critical of what Ben Shapiro had to say, had nothing to fuck to do with Tim. But he nukes me and he says, politics is fake and gay. My team was also getting updates. Notably, I tweeted that Charlie was reportedly stable. This was because we got updated while they were transporting him. What? How is that possible? In that very critical 10-minute window, maybe less, you're alleging that you received communications from Charlie Kirk's security team. Now, he's not saying it's from the SUV, but that's what Ben Shapiro said. He continues, you're all fake. This is what you guys do for traffic. And that's where I got mad, because everybody knows, you watch this show for any period of time, I could definitely be making a lot more money doing this by not talking about the shit I talk about. That's the truth. And I could be taking a lot more sponsorships, and I could be taking a lot more brand deals, and I could be, tweeting, messaging for fucking scumbag politicians and doing all sorts of shit. I don't do any of that. He continues, you're such a fucking grifter. No one is getting called from inside the car, you fucking liar. Oh, am I lying? Because I listened to Ben Shapiro? Okay, continuing on. The security team relays to logistics what is happening, and the fucking logistics team sends updates to affiliates, friends, and guards. You just use assumptive reasoning to trick people. I'm so glad Tim was kind enough to lay out how logistics work for security teams to the layman like me, the wee man, the wee people.
The most important thing in any security, in any law enforcement, any military is communications. So the first thing you're going to see is security guards render aid. The second thing you're going to see is they're going to call emergency services. The third thing, they're going to relay to their head office, our client just got shot. The logistics team is then going to put out an alert to their contractors, affiliates, and their friends. Guys, this is what just happened. Here are the updates.
And Tim says, I don't know if this is true, but it's arguably a top 3 matter for security, I'm sure, is communications. He says that's the most important thing for security is communications. Okay, fair enough. I think that's probably accurate. And by that, I'm sure you mean the security team on site communicating with one another to make sure that they have all of their bases covered. That seems logical, rational. But here's the other aspect of communications for a security team that I think would be paramount. It would be that once your protectee isn't safe, once he's been shot or hit with a device or whatever the hell happened to him, I think that the first thing that you would be doing, other than making sure that there are no additional threats and getting his body out of harm's way and getting him into a vehicle and trying to get him medical care, like those would be all the first things, right? You would triage as fast as you possibly can. And then what would you do next? Communication, right, Tim? Most important thing, right, Tim? Okay. Who do you communicate with, Tim? Do you call Tim fucking Pool or Ben Shapiro on the other side of the country while you were driving your bleeding protectee to the hospital, as Ben Shapiro claims? Or do you call 911? Do you call the hospital? Okay. Do you call the wife of the victim? No, I'm just being a lunatic for thinking it's weird that Ben Shapiro says that his security team was talking to the security team in the car. So I think I've already made the case very concise and specific as to why I have an issue with them relaying anything to other political commentators all over the country in the first 9, 10, maybe less minutes after the attack. Let's go to the timeline. Let's see why I don't believe Tim Pool. I do not believe he's telling the truth. Charlie was tragically shot at 12:23 Mountain Time on UVU campus. The first communication that we get from Tim Pool on that day is Tim Pool quote tweeting an article from the Daily Mail saying shots fired at Charlie Kirk event at Utah Valley University. And Tim says, "Oh my God, I'm praying for you, brother." Totally appropriate response. But what's the timestamp on that? 2:39. That's the very first time Tim Pool publicly acknowledges that Charlie Kirk has been shot. So Tim's on the East Coast like me, West Virginia, right? 12:23 being when the shot is fired means that by 12:33 or 2:33 East Coast time, Charlie Kirk is already at the hospital. But Tim doesn't say anything about it publicly until 2:39, a full 6 minutes later. And then Tim follows it up at 3:43, which would be, because of East Coast time, that would be exactly 80 minutes after the attack. 80 full minutes after the attack. And Tim posts, "Source tells me Charlie is stable. Please God." I remember that tweet well because I was thrilled, because I thought for a fleeting second that it might be true. Tragically, it was not. Tim follows up to that post 5 minutes later and he says, "I received a call from a trustworthy source who told me this. I want to believe and I'm hoping. Just pray." And believe it or not, even though I'm not super religious, I did pray after I read that. I swear to God I did. Now I will turn once again to my very intelligent and critical thinking audience, and I will ask you to tell me what you think. Do you believe that Tim Pool was receiving updates just like Ben Shapiro in the aftermath of the attack if Tim Pool was being told that Charlie was in stable condition 80 minutes after, when there's no way that's even remotely possible? Now, needless to say, I think everybody who's being fair-minded about this would say no. He didn't have good information, and it's unlikely that he was talking to his direct security detail or that his security was talking to the direct security detail, because there's basically no way that they would have thought that. There's no way that they would have believed 80 minutes after the attack that Charlie was stable. No way. So because I'm not an idiot and I actually do my homework, I had reason to suspect that Tim was not being honest. That in fact, he was not receiving real-time updates within the first 10 minutes of the attack. Now, I believed that Tim was probably getting some updates 30 minutes, hour later. Sure, maybe, but not in the first 10 minutes. But he really wanted to back up Ben Shapiro, and he really wanted to nuke me from orbit for some reason today. So I try and get him to clarify. I said, "So your claim is that you were receiving updates within 10 minutes of the attack, but not from the SUV. Someone on his security team that was not with Charlie was able to update you on his condition while en route to the hospital." I said, "You can't understand why people find that weird?" And he says, "You're pretending it's weird to make insinuations. God, just effing stop." And I said, "Nope. I think you are either lying or were lied to. I do not believe you had an update on his condition from the SUV while driving 100 miles per hour to the hospital and also trying to save his life. And whoever told you he was stable an hour later," I was wrong about that, it was 80 minutes later, "also lied. But you're mad at me. Odd. And really, isn't it? Isn't it odd that he's upset with me? I find it strange." And he responds, "You're such a fucking grifter. No one is getting called from inside the car, you fucking liar. Well, sorry that I took Shapiro at his word. The security team relays to logistics what is happening, and the effing logistic team sends updates to affiliates, friends, and guards to just use assumptive reasoning to trick people into drawing false conclusions. You're such a desperate lying hack." So at this point, I had pretty much had enough. I'm a patient guy. I'm a super patient person. But once you push me this far and you start to call me a liar and a hack and a grifter and all this other bullshit, now the gloves are off. And I said, I don't believe you got an update from anyone on his team within 10 minutes of the attack. So who is grifting? Prove me wrong, Tim. If you were so read in, how did you think he was stable an hour later? Really, 80 minutes later. No one thought that. It was not true. It was never true. And he responds, again, you're using me having bad info with not having any info at all. Well, actually, yeah, kinda. If you think that Charlie's stable and he's deceased, then you don't really have any info at all. He continues. Critical but stable. What happened? Ground team relays to logistics. Logistics tells our team latest info. In fact, I think Daily Wire might have same or similar contracts as TPUSA. You're just a liar for clicks, intentionally obtuse to make insinuations about Ben. To which I said, nope. I think I'm actually trying to figure out who killed your friend, and you've decided to ignore every weird circumstance surrounding his death. I will not be quiet.
No. I'm tired. Oh. Bilang blue.
Fight about it. It's too important, and Shapiro is a snake. Good luck following him into oblivion. And at that point, I had really had enough because he had been totally vicious to me for no reason at all. And I quote tweeted the original post from him after I had gotten all the details from him that I needed. And I said, Tim Pool is lying to run cover for Shapiro, and I'll prove it. Charlie was in the SUV very briefly. He arrived at the hospital within 10 minutes. If Tim shows proof that he had an update from CK Security within 10 minutes of the attack, I will send him $10,000. And I was serious. And he said, and then I said, put up or shut up. Seeing as this is all a big grift, I'm only interested in money, right? Says the guy who met in secret with Netanyahu. The last thing I would do is blow 10K. So the ball is in your court. Show me any text between you and CK Security timestamp prior to 12:33 Mountain Time. That will be the 10-minute window after the attack. And when you don't provide shit because it didn't happen, we will see who the real lying grifter is. But at least you carried water for Shapiro.
What? No. What? I just sit down, you fucking fuck. You have to wait. You literally have to wait. All right, hold on. I'm astral recalling. Okay, what? Huh? Oh, fucking. You're such a.
All day.
Winya, babadi shish kebab. Boom in my way.
Everybody wants, but nobody wants to. Everybody wants, but nobody wants to do these for their lower chest, their middle chest, for their upper chest and delts. After a month of doing these, your chest is gonna have some serious man melon. And this thing has over 20 different resistance ranging from 20 pounds to
Who would stab you in the back if it helped Israel even slightly instead of your actual friend. But I guess I can't advance your career as much as he can, so you chose to lie on his behalf. There's a word for that. The very one you threw at me. And then he responds, as I predicted he would. You want my security team to publish their text between Charlie's guys? That's the fakest and most retarded bullshit I've ever heard, and you know it's bullshit. No security company worth their salt is doing that, and you know they can't. No, I don't know that, actually, Tim. I mean, they're your employees. You don't have a right to their communications. Anyways, I then respond, just admit you lied, Tim. You could donate the $10,000 to TPUSA for all I care. You lied while calling me a liar. F off. And he finally responds, okay, let's do this. I'll prove it to you privately. Then you have to make a video saying you're a fake B and keep the 10K. I said, cool, do it. You got a 10-minute window where the message had to be received. You show it to me privately. You got my phone number. You got my email address. Send it on over. I won't go public with it. Guess what, ladies and gentlemen? It's been 6 hours, 7 hours now. Nothing. I got nothing. And I will not get anything.
If Tim shows proof that he did an update from CK Security Team within 10 minutes of the attack, I will send him $10,000. Put up or shut up. Seeing is all one big grift, blah, blah, blah. And when you don't provide ish because it doesn't happen, but at least you carried water for Shapiro, blah, 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 blah. What proof do I show? Like, what do I show?
Don't show anything.
No. Do I show phone call logs with my security company?
No, it's security data.
I know it is.
Show nothing.
And Clint knows my security company would never allow me to show phone call logs between them.
Clint knows that? No, I don't. No, I don't. I genuinely don't know that. If that's true, okay. Pretty weird. Pretty weird that you replied to me saying, how about this? I'll send it to you privately, and then you can make a video saying that you're a fake B after I proved to you that you're wrong. I said, cool, send it over. And then you didn't. So maybe this is ad hoc reasoning. Maybe you're just coming up with excuses not to follow up because maybe you looked through your records and you realized that, yeah, it wasn't within 10 minutes of the attack, that you were just backing up Shapiro blindly. So why did all this happen? Well, I've got some ideas, but I'll first let Tim explain his end of why he started to be upset with me.
Now, he made a video called Israel Derangement Syndrome Debunked with a picture of me yelling.
I gotta watch it.
And
he sent that to me too. Full disclosure. He's like, please watch this.
And then he made a big long post, which was shared by Dave Smith as well, criticizing the things I had said without actually addressing what my real argument is on the issue of Israel.
Now, it's crystal clear to me that Tim has never watched that episode, and I don't expect him to ever watch that episode, and I don't care if he ever watches that episode. But the real criticism that I was levying is that I feel like he takes in anybody who's Israel critical, and he, with too broad of a brush, paints anybody who's Israel critical as being deranged. That was the argument that I was making, and I proved it with clips from that show because Randy Fine was sitting there overtly lying. Overtly. I proved it during the episode, and you said nothing. And here's the problem. I don't even think it's because you wanted to let him get away with lies. I think it's because you have basically nerfed your brain when it comes to the topic of Israel, because I think you have made it a non-starter in your exploration, in your critical analysis. You have found a way to not look at our relationship to Israel or have really anything critical to say about it, hardly ever. But it's obvious to me that that episode stuck in your craw, and okay, fine, sorry, I guess, but I don't think I said anything wrong in it. And
Got him good.
And you could correct the record on, he says, oh, you're not actually, explaining my real opinion about Israel. It's like, I played, I don't know, fucking 10 minutes of the episode during my 45-minute episode. Like, I laid out a lot of your responses, so you tell me what I got wrong. Go ahead. But you won't, because I didn't. But here's the other problem with Tim, once again, being sloppy with his recollection. He says that Clint also did a long write-up criticizing all sorts of things that Tim had said during that episode, which, by the way, most of it was me dunking on Randy Fine. But anyways, that didn't happen. Dave, out of nowhere, this never happens. Dave Smith took that episode and said, this episode was tremendous, flawless, and he puts it out to his audience. I hadn't done some long write-up criticizing or dunking on Tim. I had put the episode out. I didn't expect Dave to even watch it, much less share it. And that is what made Tim so angry. I didn't do anything to make that happen. Dave thought my work was very high quality. Tim didn't watch it or even try to contend with the arguments I was making. And then he just has harbored deep anger and animosity ever since. Okay, that's on you, dude. That's not on me.
The reason I don't think that this is about money or money for him is because he has money. He had money before he started making having a public
I never said
profile.
It was about money for him. I said attention.
All right.
Relevance, which is important.
So you guys were homies. You're not homies anymore.
No, because he started, when he lied, saying that we wouldn't invite him on the show anymore, when literally if he walked up to our security gate, they'd be like, hey, Clint, and they'd open the door for him.
And here's the other time that he once again lied about what I was saying. When I said that I wasn't being invited on the show anymore, it's because I used to. Okay, let me explain how it used to work. When Cassandra McDonald or Fairbanks, I don't know what she goes by now. I forget what the actual married name is, but Cassandra, who I like a lot, I think she's awesome. She would reach out to me pretty much quarterly. So I was going out there 4, maybe even 5 times a year, and I was doing Timcast IRL, and it was like a cycle. And here's the key thing. When they actually book you to be the guest, you're actually put on the thumbnail, you're treated as the guest, and they cover your airfare. Because I don't know if people know this, but there's not many sights to be seen in West Virginia. You're not exactly going out there for a fucking vacation. You are flying into Washington, D.C., get into a vehicle, driving a couple hours out, and then going to the compound, recording, and then going back to the hotel, sleeping, waking up, getting on a fucking plane, flying back to Miami. It's not fun, okay? So I'm not going to do it out of pocket. I'm not going to cover 500 or 700 or whatever it is. I don't know what the airfare is, unless I have a reason to go out there. If I have a reason to go to DC, which is the one time I did, and I was in DC, that was the last time I popped in. And that time, I don't think I had been on for a long time prior to that too. So basically I'm saying they had me be a regular guest. The way they treat a Dave Smith or a Jack Posobiec or whatever, they were like having me out there regularly, and they were actually reaching out to me to book me. And then it stopped, except for the one time that I basically forced my way in. I didn't think I was forcing my way in. I thought it was fine, but it was obvious to me that like they had soured on me, and that's fine. I didn't even take it personally. It was like, cool, you don't want me on, you're taking the show in a different direction. That's your prerogative. It's your fucking baby, dude. You built this thing up. You can invite on whoever you want, whenever you want. If I don't, meet the test or jump over the bar, fine. Don't invite, all good. But don't treat me like an idiot. don't expect me to not notice. Don't expect me to be like, oh, I used to get invited every 3 months and then I haven't been invited in years. And I'm supposed to be like, nothing's different. Hello. There was an obvious shift. And that shift was when Cassandra was, I don't know if she was fired or but I think she was fired. So, okay. Your new booker doesn't want me? All good. But just acknowledge the shift. Just be honest. Something changed. Whatever it was, it's fine. But it's not the way it used to be. So be honest about that. Don't pretend as if oh, anytime Clint wants to come on, we'll book a flight and can come out just like we used to. Like, no, that's not how it is anymore, and it hasn't been like that for years. And again, that's okay. But be honest about it.
He's throwing out this stuff to throw doubt on the official narrative because he has a preferred narrative.
No, because it gets him retweets.
Well, but I mean, the point is like, I do think that he believes that it was Israel that did it.
I don't think so.
I
genuinely do not believe Clint Russell believes any of this stuff. His opinion changed on a dime.
And as for this allegation of me flipping on a dime, on what? On what topic? On Israel? I have been a non-interventionist, anti-war libertarian for my entire adult life. So, yeah, given that I understood the nature of the neoconservative movement in America and their relationship to Israel, obviously, I have never been a super fan when it came to Israel. But as far as, so there was no dime to flip on, let's just be clear about that. But additionally, when did I really become outspoken against Israel? Was there something that happened? Could it have been the ethnic cleansing? You think maybe that had an impact on me, Tim? Did I make it up? Did you not see it? Hello? All right. All right. Or are you saying that I flipped on a dime when it came to my support, my very, very brief and tepid support of Donald Trump, which I decided on 1 week before the election after not voting for him in 2020 and 2016? I would say that might have something to do with him promising to disclose the Epstein files and then not. And then covering them up very aggressively until there was an act of Congress to get them released. And then him and Mary Matelson actively working to oust my favorite congressman, Thomas Massie, as well as MTG, who's probably a top 3 congressperson. Or could it be when he promised, no more regime change wars and then immediately pivoted to trying to regime change Iran? Probably the hardest nation in the Middle East to regime change. Could it be that, Tim? Are there a few reasons? Are you leaving out the reasons that I flipped on a dime? Did I flip on a dime for no reason, Tim? Or are you ignoring all of the reasons? Because you are a water-carrying hack for the Trump administration. Could it be that? I think it might be that.
And he's lied about us on numerous instances. The last time we saw Clint, and Clint came on this show, we just showed up because Clint is friends, he was friends with all of us. He then has the gall to claim we stopped inviting him on the show when he knows for a fact he could have literally walked in the front gate and security would have been like, hey, Clint.
I don't know if this is kind of personal, Clint.
We played
You're listening right now, obviously. You texted me last week. You're like, what's going on? I'm like, hey, call Tim or come on the show again. And you're like, oh, okay, yeah. Please.
I've got most of my my venting out, so I will say to Ian, still love you, buddy. Bill, all good. You're a homie. Tim, as far as I'm concerned, this can all be water under the bridge eventually. I'm a little bit pissed about how you attacked me today. But regardless, I want to address this clip because I think it's actually really important and it's really insightful. Not because of what they get right, but because of what they got wrong. Bill seems to think that I believe that Israel took Charlie Kirk out. Tim now seems to believe that I am completely lying and making up all of my opinions to get clicks, which is obviously wrong, and I don't think he actually believes that. Maybe he does, I don't know, but anybody in the audience, I think you can tell. I'm pretty fucking sincere about this stuff. In fact, extraordinarily sincere. In fact, I would die for this shit. I am 100 honest all the time. Even when it hurts me, I am always honest. And for the record, doing this episode will probably hurt me. I don't care because I have to be truthful with you guys. So let me make it explicit what my position is. I think that Israel had a tremendous motivation to want to see Charlie Kirk. I do believe that. I believe that there's higher ups. I'm not saying like every Israeli. That's fucking stupid. I'm saying there was higher ups in Israeli military government, whatever, that would have definitely liked to see Charlie Kirk gone. Because, this is the key, because you guys haven't studied fucking any of this, and you don't know anything about any of this, is that Charlie Kirk was receiving hundreds of millions of dollars, I don't know the exact percentage, but a huge percentage of it coming from Zionist donors. And when you take money from Zionist donors, and then you start to be critical of Israel, and you start to have panelists at your big events, like Dave Smith or Tucker Carlson, or even Megyn Kelly, God forbid, Candace Owens, well then, those donors don't like that. I'm not guessing at this, because millions of dollars got pulled from his till. And I'm not guessing at this, because Charlie Kirk, in his own words, 2 days before he died, was text messaging about it. That he was losing multiple $million donors, millions and millions of dollars, because he refused to stop platforming Tucker Carlson. And also, Charlie Kirk was in the line of fire immediately after October 7th when he went on PBD and he said, Patrick, was there a stand down order? Just asking. Like, was there a stand? You know, if you're being honest, Tim, you know that Charlie Kirk was not supposed to fucking ask that question. Not on a huge platform, that's for sure. And he did. And guess what happened, Tim? Immediately after that, and for the years after that, there started to be hit pieces written about him in Israel, of all places. Basically, not just basically, explicitly calling him an anti-Semite. A guy who had largely dedicated his life to being at least a part-time propagandist on behalf of Israel. And Charlie didn't like it. And I'm not guessing at that. I know that because he went on Megyn Kelly a month or so before he died, and he expressed it right after he got pressured by a hell of a lot of those same Zionist donors that I'm talking about in the Hamptons. Yeah, that meeting did happen, and he did get pressured. There was yelling. I don't know the exact nature of it. Obviously, you can dismiss Candace Owens' account of it, but we have a lot of independent reporting that also confirms that too. So, and then last but not least, the coup de grace is that Charlie Kirk spent 2 full days, according to Joe Kent and others, lobbying Donald Trump not to go to war with Iran just 2 months before Charlie Kirk's life was taken. So I'm not like totally all in, like, oh, Israel did it. All I'm saying is that I am very confident that there are people that are Zionist donors, Zionist interests that would have loved to see Charlie Kirk gone. Whether that means dead or just removed from that position at TPUSA. They definitely didn't want to deal with him anymore. He had become a problem. So no, I don't necessarily believe that Israel had anything to do with Charlie Kirk's life being taken. I don't know, because I will need hard evidence, and that's what I've been working on for the past 10 months. Well, you have done everything in your power not to talk openly and honestly about this topic, which is why you've hemorrhaged audience. That's not my fault, that's yours. I actually care about this shit. You don't. While you're at the World Series of Poker, I'm grinding. You're grinding your stack a little bit higher. I'm grinding, trying to figure out what the hell happened. And the reason I think that that clip was so insightful is because it just shows that these guys don't have a fucking clue what I think. That none of them have watched my show, and that's fine. You don't have to. Well, you have opinions about me, and none of you know a fucking thing about what I actually say on this show. You read my tweets and you assume that I'm fucking just jumping to all sorts of crazy conclusions. I've never said that. I've never tweeted it. I've never said it on my show. Where have you gotten that from? You know what that sounds like to me? Derangement syndrome. Let me clear up one other thing, because I'm sure if you're going to make all these baseless allegations against me, you probably think that I'm trying to free Tyler Robinson. Couldn't be further from the truth. I want justice to be served. I want to make sure that there's a fair trial. I want there to be transparency. I want us to have evidence. I want it to be proven to the public. I do not want this to go down as another JFK or any other grand conspiracy theory that we've dealt with, not just in ancient history, but in recent. And I will be the first to say that if Tyler Robinson did it and acted alone, or if he was a participant in a larger plot, which I think is more likely, then I want him put in prison forever. And on the off chance that he had no involvement, or that he was a patsy full setup and didn't know what was going on, and those messages were doctored and all sorts, I mean, it would require a lot to make it so that he had no involvement. Well, then obviously I want to see him walk free, because I haven't made up my mind. Because the trial hasn't even fucking started yet. Oh, there I go again, being nuanced and precise and grifting my way up to the top. So I'll tell you what I think. And this is going to be mean, but it's my honest opinion. And since Tim was a total bastard to me today, I'm going to be honest about it. I think that Tim Pool lives a very transactional lifestyle. I think that he looks at people as basically, he values people based off of what they can provide to him. Old audience members will remember this, but new audience members won't know any of this. I was offered to be one of the panelists on Timcast years ago. Also, he wanted me to be the CEO of his coffee company, and we couldn't agree to compensation, so I turned it down. And I thought there was no bad blood over that. And I was very appreciative for the offer, and I'm honestly, in hindsight, even then, I'm thrilled that I said no. It was the best decision I ever made. But it also wasn't long after that I stopped being regularly invited and given a flight to actually come out and do the show and be the official guest. And my honest read of that was that Tim likes, his crew to basically be his subordinates. And that's not really how I roll. It's the same reason I've been an entrepreneur for the past 20 years. I'm a little bit too independent to work for other people. I don't know if you could tell. And from that time, which was essentially the high watermark of Timcast IRL, he was doing 500,000 viewers, oftentimes 500,000 plus, and he was raking money. And again, I was thrilled for him. Thrilled. Tim had given me my first big break. I could not have been more appreciative. I was nobody. They flew me out there based off of a tweet response that I sent to him that he thought was interesting, and I got on, and he liked what I had to say, and then we became buddies, and I was out there a dozen more times, and it was great. And to be clear, I'll always feel that way. I will always be appreciative, because that's the type of person I am. I am always appreciative of anybody that helps me out, especially if they didn't need to. And that, more than anything, is why despite Tim lying about me overtly, egregiously, for 20 plus minutes, I would forgive it, and we could still be buddies. Because you helped me out when you didn't need to. But I don't expect that to happen. And the reason I don't expect that is because last night, my show did more views than yours. And this is a rare occurrence. I mean, normally Timcast IRL does only 150,000 views now. Used to do 500,000. Now I'm just talking about YouTube. I don't know Rumble again. I don't know audio. But his episode when he wasn't on last night was like 80-something thousand. And the episode I did with Baron and Buckley did 110 or so. I can't help but notice, but one of the rare times that something like that happens, the very next day you woke up and just fucking nuke me from orbit. Now I'll admit that could be coincidence, but the overarching point that I'm trying to get to is that it makes me wonder if you have chosen to back up Ben Shapiro and the Daily Wire Ziobuck empire and dunk on your lowly old buddy Clint is because maybe you're looking for a little financial help yourself. Maybe you're looking for a golden parachute a la Barry Weiss or something, maybe. And honestly, if that's the case, more power to you. Get your bag, homeboy. Just don't fucking talk shit about me, because I'm real about this shit. I care about this a lot. And if you don't anymore, if you can't dig anymore, if you can't actually do the work or tell the truth or have critical thought about all issues all the time, then maybe you're not fucking cut out for this anymore. And I'll say one last time, I hope that's not the case, because at one time you were open-minded and you were thinking critically and your show excelled because of it. But because, in my opinion, you got rid of Cassandra and you've now surrounded yourself with guests like fucking Jamie Kennedy, which, by the way, it was hysterical watching Jamie Kennedy sit there and listen to Tim Pool vent about me for 20 minutes, and Jamie's like, I don't know shit about this guy. I don't know anything about him. It was very funny. But getting back to my point, I think because you have, Jimmy Kennedy and you have, Graham Allen, a bunch of fucking Ziohack losers that don't have anything interesting or honest to say, like, ever, that it has slowly dulled your blade too. That you guys are no longer putting out the content that people love as much as they used to, because you're not putting out as good a content as you used to. And I, on the other hand, am. I'm putting out the best content of my life because I care about this more than you do right now. And that's not my fault, that's yours. But see, the difference between you and I, Tim, is that I don't abandon friends when I have more viewers than them. I root for them. And I root for you still. And I hope you get back to the guy that America had grown to love in the past. And if you don't fucking look at me, look in the mirror. I didn't do it, you did. Oh boy, this one's gonna get me in trouble. But tell me I said anything wrong. Okay, drop a comment down below. You tell me what I got wrong. I don't think I did. All right, hit the like button, hype it around, but also subscribe. We are like, I think 900 subscribers away from 100,000. When I finally get the little silver plaque thingy, so then Tim can't look down on me anymore. I'm just kidding. He's got millions of subscribers, and he'll still look down on me. But, you know, it'd be nice to get 100,000. I've been doing this for years. Come on. Help a brother. And I'll finish by saying, Tim, I'm not going to come out of pocket to fly to your studio in West Virginia. Sorry, I'm not. If you really, really want me out there, you can treat me like a normal guest. I'm not going to fucking come crawling. Retarded. And seeing as you said that you would send me evidence of those, the proof of those messages with Charlie Kirk's security team within that 10-minute window, and you didn't send it, which certainly makes it look like you were lying and I was telling the truth, well, I don't expect to receive a call or an email invite with a flight anytime soon. So, whatever. Love you guys. Peace. Before I get out of here, I got to say real quick, the episode with Baron and Buckley, I just looked it up during post-production, number 32. What? That episode is the 32nd most hyped episode or show on YouTube over the past 48 hours. 32nd in America. Holy shit. I just had to give that to you guys because that is your achievement, not even mine. And wow, thank you so much for all the support. It's ridiculous.
God, dude.
And I just wanted to say, Baron Coleman, love you. You're a fucking legend. Your work is amazing. You're doing so good. I'm so proud of you. Genuinely. I mean, as one of your like earliest viewers, I'm so proud to see what you've turned your show into, and all of your success is deserved. I just wanted to remind my audience, if by any chance you are a fan of this show, but you are not checking out Baron Coleman, you need to. You must. Okay? Take my word for it. If you've never watched, especially during the prelims, man, his analysis is really, really solid. You don't have to watch all of the super chats at the end. I know it looks like it's like a 3 or 4 hour stream, and it is, but the show itself is like 90 minutes. Much more manageable. Really great. He's just so good at what he does, and he deserves all the success in the world. And oh, by the way, I also offered to get Buckley Carlson an SM7B, which is the microphone I use, because I know you guys were giving us like everybody. I gotta say, the reaction to that episode was just like a deluge of love. So I really appreciate it. But if there was any criticism that was given, it was like, what's up with Buckley's mic? Yeah. Oh, we got to get him a mic. So I texted Buckley and I said, yo, bro, I'll send you one. And I thought twice about it. And I was like, given that like we were talking about the microphone theory with Charlie Kirk, I was like, how about you just buy it from Amazon and I'll send you the money so you don't have to worry about it being tampered with. Yeah, I guess you could never be too safe. Anyways, he politely declined, and he's going to get it for himself, I think. But I just want to say, I am trying. I'm trying to get him sounding as professional as his brother, his big brother, and I'm sure he's going to get a setup because his analysis is really great, and I think that he ought to be doing it. So I hope he will. We'll see. Also, Baron has been reaching out, and Buckley too, and I think that they both really enjoyed the combo, and I think it's going to happen again. So I wanted to give you that update. So stay tuned. See you soon. Peace.
Subscribe to Liberty Lockdown. Great podcast. Clint is tight.
This was the most rapid ascent that I could remember.
We flew straight up. Air Force One was a target. We had to protect the president.
We're under attack. And I said, I'm getting on Air Force One, and I'm going to be in Washington pretty soon.
Silence could soon be charging.
No way, you fucking piece of shit. This is so good.
Watch Richard Dawkins ask the Muslims a question they have a really hard time answering.
As Muslims, we have a right to bring up our children in accordance with our beliefs, which have served us over the centuries well.
Do you teach them that apostates should be punished?
You may not share that, but that is my religion. Do you think that it's wicked? Well, that's your point of view. I know that's going to make him a better human being.
What is the penalty for apostasy?
And that is the thing that you fail to discuss, and that's why you've got those prejudicial views about faith.
What is the penalty for apostasy? What do you teach the children will happen to them if they give up the Muslim faith?
Well, let's bring the debate back into Britain.
What is the penalty for apostasy? I would be thoroughly in favour of education in the Bible as literature. You can't understand English literature without the Bible. This is a Christian country. Historically, it's a Christian country. You can't understand English history or English literature without a knowledge of the Bible. The penalty for apostasy in the Christian religion is not death. There is no penalty for apostasy at all in the Christian religion.
It does not prevent me from being open to other religions.
But what is the penalty for apostasy? What is the penalty for leaving the Muslim faith?
To be honest, I cannot back that point up.
Dr. Mukadam, what is the penalty for apostasy? We keep coming down this apostasy.
Give us a quick answer on what is the penalty for apostasy. You very well know, if it's an Islamic country, then the Sharia is very clear. Apostasy is dealt with the death penalty.
Thank you, that's all I want to hear.
But what's the relevance between what happens in an Islamic country and Great Britain? I fail to see the connection.
Muslims want to become majorities and take control of other countries. That's the connection. Subscribe for more videos like this. Watch Richard Dawkins ask the Muslims a question they have a
careful.
What's on your mind?
That spell isn't ready yet. That spell isn't ready yet. This desert be mine. Sanctuary reign free. Feel glory on the sands.
Damn it, I was hoping for the wolf mask. Better.
Throughout WoW's history, there have been times where certain classes have been much stronger than others in PvP. And today, we're going to be sharing with you the strongest PvP class specs in Wrath of the Lich King. These classes are going to be rated based off duels, world PvP, and battlegrounds. Going from worst leading up to the best, starting off with the massive Chaos Slinging Spellcaster, Destruction Warlock. With the ability to have your Succubus seduce for constant CC setups into your insane burst combos, Destruction Warlock is a very deadly caster in Wrath for dueling and arenas. Adding the highly effective new ability Chaos Bolt, which is a massive burst ability that cannot be resisted and pierces through all absorption effects, with Conflagrate, an instant damage burst spell is an insane 1-2 punch combo. If you've mastered the 1v1 rotation, you can easily kill players in a continuous, non-stop volley of burst and CC, leaving enemies incredibly frustrated and hopeless. With the addition to the incredible talent Backlash, which gives you instant incinerates added to the toolkit, this gives you the ability to actually deal more damage to melee instead of just being trained, as well as having demonic circle summoning to instantly teleport you away from danger. Warlock in the right hands is absolutely devastating and is a must-have on this list for Wrath of the Lich King. Now, on the total opposite spectrum, the judgment-seeking Retribution Paladin. You name it, the Retribution Paladin has it. High burst, good control, endless utility, and off-healing. Retribution Paladin is phenomenal in a melee cleave comp and is definitely something to be feared. With the addition of Divine Storm, a hard-hitting AoE attack, as well as having the new passive Art of War, giving you the chance to deal extra damage or sling out some flash of lights on yourself or a party member if needed. All of this while also bringing very powerful buffs to your teammates. Bubbles, and a brand new defensive to them, Hand of Sacrifice. A powerful ability converting some of the damage they take and bringing it upon yourself. It's no doubt you have heard of the power of Retribution Paladin in Wrath of the Lich King, and it is definitely all for good reason. Moving along to the biggest sweat lords in WoW's history, the Rogue. Rogues bring a unique dynamic to almost any PvP scenario. With an incredibly strong hit and run playstyle, high burst, and the ability to easily reset fights with Vanish, they are incredibly strong in most cases. Come Wrath of the Lich King, Subtlety Rogue surprisingly gets even stronger, with the addition to having a few incredible new abilities like Dismantle, a 10-second disarm, and their most powerful new cooldown, Shadow Dance, allowing you the opportunity to use all in-stealth wounds debuff off of Mortal Strike, giving you the potential to have 75% healing reduction on a target. You also have access to execute regardless, you unstoppable for the videos. Pairing a warrior with a ton of people say that the best 2s comps in Wrath of the Lich King was simply Arms Warrior and Holy Paladin. And that leads me to the next OP PvP class, the Murloc Hunter. No, just kidding. The Holy Paladin. The Holy Paladin is truly a real healing game changer come Wrath of the Lich King. Huge chunky heals, almost infinite mana, and an absolute ton of powerful cooldowns to change the tide of battle. Adding things like Sacred Cleanse for a 30% increase to resistance chance on disease, magic, and poison effects after you cleanse a target, and the ability to toss out Flash of Light instantly when you critically strike with Holy Shock with your new talent, Infusion of Light. This makes you incredibly strong in a PvP scenario. Finally capping it all off, the truly incredible Beacon of Light. Using this on a party member allows you to heal others and duplicate your healing onto the beacon target, making Holy Paladins very powerful in a 3v3 scenario. Add all this with the already baked in incredibly powerful defensives, insane utility, and the ability to wear plate, it's without a doubt Holy Paladin becomes the strongest healer in Wrath. Having the ability to heal you and your teammate at the expense of no mana is incredibly strong in 2v2s. Pairing that with your best friend Arms Warrior is a match made in heaven. As you can see, in Wrath of the Lich King, there are some pretty substantial changes to many classes.
If he kills him here, it's going to be the biggest fucking turnaround in King of the Hill history. There's no way. There's no way, dude! Holy sh! It's bad. Cleanse me again. Oh, blessed. Every moment I'm in trouble, I get a nice little clone on my head. Another clone, dude. This guy's trolling for sure, bro. There's no way.
Oh my god, just kill him.
There's no way, dude! There's no way, dude! What the fuck? Oh my days! Clip it! Clip it, boys! Holy fuck, dude! Okay, we got another Priest DK. What's Luna's on? He's on 6 wins, right? 6 wins.
I'm back, mate. Let's go.
You.
Right. Rome Boy drop it down to about 50%, pops power infusing the trinket, strangulated though, and he is in some trouble here. If Icebound Fortitude comes out of the DK to try and stick on him, and Luna's my G, trying to do as much pump as possible, but needs to do a lot of peeling here. Pain suppression is going to be used. Gargle comes down afterwards, which means this Gargle connects. We are going to be in a world of trouble. Strangulate already used though is going to mean we could potentially get away. This needs some good CC, and that Maim is going to stick. It is going to land, and Mattis DK actually taking a bit of damage here. Pain's up goes onto him now instead, and he is just chasing us around the pillar. He has not got the memo that you cannot chase a priest against priest. Feral Fear is going to land though onto us. Clone onto the DK is going to be full, gets out of it, and is chasing us down once again, but the Gargoyle is going to time out at this point, which means DK's damage is going to be severely limited. Clone onto the priest is going to be followed up with a Fear straight afterwards. What? The Fear does not land because we are not in range.
What?
It looks a bit questionable on my screen.
Liar.
VAR is going to come out on that one, but it appears to be a severe fuck up from the young Rhinology X. Happens to the best of us. Shackle onto the Ghoul is going to get dispelled instantly by the priest, and Mattis DK still sitting pretty well on around 90% HP. Not really going to drop here. Death Strike is very good into this matchup with the lack of Mortal Strike. Full Fear is going to be onto us. The Ghoul still chasing us down. Mana Burns starting now to land, and the second one gets interrupted with the Feral Charge, but mana is not looking great for us. Clone onto the priest is going to be full once again. The DK is going to need to heal himself. Innovate is out, and it is going to be pretty much full here. Fake the kick, and The fear does land this time onto the priest. DK with the AMS still trying to chase us down. He is singular minded in his focus. Ghoul is going to get shackled, does a little pivot to get out of fucking line of sight of it. That was very, very interesting from the Ghoul. Chains of Ice is going to get dispelled up onto Illuna's Magi, and the maim is going to be full here. Trinket on the DK, around 5 seconds left. Strangulate is off cooldown now. No doubt he's going to run of us and just pop it 100% without achieving anything. Could it be this moment right here? Let's find out. No, decides to hold it for now. We get the trinket off it. Mana regeneration going to come in now. 5 stacks on that. Trying to get that as high as possible. 20 stacks is the dream. Yeah, but not very easy to achieve. That clone on the priest is going to be full IBF popped by the DK. We do actually get a kick hit here, and he could strang off it for a bit of pressure. Decides to hold it though to allow us to heal up back up to full with the second penance. Again, interesting moves, interesting maneuvers. Priest going lower on mana 20% now. Innovate is not available. Hymn of Hope, I believe, is still available, but I can't see it on the cooldown. Strangulate used here for absolutely no reason. Gonna get nothing out of that, and we are gonna top ourselves back up to full health while the priest is the clone on the other side of the map. Mattis DK in big trouble here. Has to drink out this main probably. If he does not, he might just go down. Decides to sack the pet afterwards though, and is gonna be fine for now. 10 seconds on the gargoyle cooldown. Again, he has desynced his gargoyle and strangulate, which makes for poor gameplay decisions. Lichborn is going to be popped here into the fear. The priest is not in it. The gargoyle comes down and is immediately LOS behind the pillar. Again, poor gameplay decisions. Shackle is not going to land. He gnaws that one to keep the gargoyle on us, but we are going to get a shackle onto it here. The priest is Hymn of Hoping, so he cannot dispel Mattis DK. Hymn of Hope is not what you need, my boy. You need some fucking heals. Some Maim's going to be full with a PS coming off it, clone onto the priest as well. It is not able to be trinketed, and if the fear does indeed land here, it could be lights out. Full fear onto the priest. AMS is not going to save him, I don't think, and the Mattis DK is going to go into a power word shield and get healed up afterwards. Joking, he's dead. Into the game we go, coming up against the Priest Warrior, a more popular comp these days. Whack D with a little snipe, seeing if he can take out Illuna's Magi. Doubtful. Illuna's Magi is on a bless run, and Priest Warrior is not what you want to play in kind of any matchup at all. And onto the priest, going to be full warrior, taking a bit of damage, pops a shield block to stay healthy. Fear ward is used by the priest, gets dispelled instantly and caught up into full fear. The warrior trinkets out the clone with his priest and CC, which means the priest has to trinket as well. With Illuna's Magi is taking a bit of damage as well. Bash onto Kemda is going to keep him under wraps for a little bit. The penance is going to get a bit of health on to him as well. Retaliation is popped here, so Illuna's Magi probably going to swap off onto the priest for a little bit. Does get charged though and taking a bit of pump, does not want to hit into that, but the full clone onto the warrior is going to invalidate the rest of his retaliation. And Illuna's Magi now onto the priest with main, probably going to clone off it. Double fear does land though. Breaks on the warrior to the berserker rage. We go onto the priest with a PS onto the warrior, which is a very bad move from the priest, but Illuna's Magi taking a bit of pump recklessness, could be pop maim onto the priest behind the pillars, could be very short. Illuna's Magi taking a bit of damage to the blades on Bartskin, needs to be used here. PS still available though, not going to be popped just yet, but Illuna's Magi taking a bit of damage, might have to pull it out soon, but a very nice clone is going to mean that we can just chill and heal ourselves up. But Illuna's Magi with a fucking line of sight of ages on the hill, has to pop the survival instincts just to stay alive here. Whack D trying to get as many mana burns as possible, but caught up into a full fear. Could just darn it from dots, to be honest, because they never fucking break to anything. Rocket is going to go across the map to get a bit of extra damage off. Illuna's Magi gets feared with full, and then the warrior just breaks it by hitting him. Whack D, you coaching today? How much you charge, mate? Priest going lower. And yeah, there's it's a bit of a fucking wet noodle contest here. Not anyone's doing much.
I just don't know what the fuck is happening.
It's a bit strange, mate. A few misplays coming out of everyone. But fear is just going to be on Illuna's Magi here, and a double fear lands after the fear was used onto ourselves. As the fear is used, Illuna's it goes down to unusable damage, which
Warrior died about 6 times this game. Like, straight up. This was the most dead warrior I've ever seen in my entire life. And we get the feared. Yeah, open field. It's not looking good here. This is Hex. Is he gonna get it? These are the questions. Imp CS denying the dispel currently. Into a coil. But it doesn't look good, guys. Get your wallets ready, because this is gonna be a res request, I think. I have no mana left. I can't get to the sham. Double fear. Is he going to innovate? Oh, yeah, he already innovated at some point. I have no idea when. It definitely got purged instantly. I did not even see him do it. Oh no, this is bad news, boys.
Hey,
Miss CS again from the Warlock. It's a tricky spell to use. Very tricky one. This lock is just randomly dying.
Time is money, friend.
Communistic rage. We got it.
If he kills him here, it's going to be the biggest fucking turnaround in King Leal history.
Money, friend.
There's no way. There's no way, dude! Holy sh! Innovated on PS and he dispelled it through. I didn't even see it. That was so unlucky, actually. Mage Rogue, dude. I swear we want this shit as fucking Ret Priest. They just shook me. They don't know what's happening. They don't know what to do, bro. Oh, the MCS into sheep. Into gouge? Nani? What has just happened? I don't understand. What was his opener? He fucks his blink. Gouge, MCS.
Time is money, friend. Keep it real.
Dude. This is the dumbest shit I've seen, bro. What is this matchup?
They can't do much, mate.
Oh my days, this is the fucking dumbest shit I've ever seen in my life. Dear God, they're 2-7, bro. Oh no. Oh, there's no way, bro. That is absolutely brutal. I feel like this is literally our matchup right there. Oh my God, he's hit into Unholy DK, rested rid of all degeneracy that is good and bad in the world. This is not what you want to face.
Oh, I don't need...
Get the double fear. Hero has no bark skin. Can he get deep soon? 7 seconds. Here he comes.
I can't do that yet.
Well, this is big pump here. back. Yeah. See ya. Look at that room damage, bro. Look at that room damage, boy. All right, last game of the day, boys. Nick is not here. Oh my days! It is Nayresa on the Priest Hunter. Can he do it? Oh my goodness, he gets theft on the scatter first global. Can we get the shield? It's a block. Does he send it? There it is. Good block. We need one more sheep. Ooh, silence is early.
That spell isn't ready yet.
Can we get the sheep, boys? Fix the death. Nah, there's no way this is up. Oh, I guess the full trap is over. Surely that's a dead Riv. Oh no, he's lining well. The fear overlap. That's a huge overlap. Riv should live here. And the sheep should be available off. Oh my god, he fucks the DR, no! Oh, that's fucking tragic, boys.